Hello. Hey, hey. How are you doing? Oh god. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. It's Dragon. I don't know why, but Kobo ran away and I have to take over. Why am I here? Hi. I just realized this model has really big hands. I never realized that. Look at that. Look at the size of the hand. I just realized. Oh my god. Gosh. Well, welcome them. Hope you're doing good. Kobo ran away. Dragon is instead. Oh yeah, hi Narix. Hi Percival. Hi Blair. It's kind of funny when stream popped out. I was typing a story about kobolds. Talk about the word being ironic. Disable yip timer? Oh yeah, true. I mean, Dragon can yip, but maybe not. Hey, good idea. It's disabled for now. Everything should be fine. I haven't do art in a long time that I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore. Gosh, what is the tablet? Why is the tablet here? I have my tablet here. You guys can look at it, but I'm holding it right now. See? oh my god. Let me just do this. Oh yeah, I want to continue doing the little project I have, so that the 150k points will still be available once I finish with this one. I'll try my best. Oh my, how cute. Wow. Hi Evie. When I was playing a game yesterday, I got my favorite dragon Mao. Still like the flying noodle. Is it about truth? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, I just realized. I'm sorry. I just realized I didn't. Look, I edited the Resident Evil 4 remake video, but it's like three days, right? 3 days. 3 days, and then I haven't even rendered it yet, and I'm so stupid. I keep forgetting about it. Oh shit, where did I put the... I don't remember why I put my thing. Uh-oh. It's been too long. Massive Pharaoh Dragon boop on the Antro Noodle Dragon snoot? Hey, I'll take it. I like boops. Hey, my kobold like boops, so is the dragon like boops as well, alright? God, where did I put it? Is it here? Oh yeah, fuck, yeah, I put it here. I think it's this one. Oh. It's let me show run. I know if I'm glad I don't get to farm him out again. Very grindy Derg. Hey, when it comes to dragons, it's like hard to get. I don't know why my voice is gone today. Oh my god. Sorry. I know like cough and everything should be gone by now, but I don't know why they still persist. It's weird. Oh. Growing boobs is really painful. Shit. Hi, cheesecake. Oh no, it's not. It's not Gibby. It's something else. In the super sensitive growth stage, and even the slightest brush against them is like, ow. That's kinda scary. He was on the worst one to farm. There are more helisterix to get, but of course it's a free-to-play game. I'm not even remotely surprised. Have you seen the Easter dragon that has the hooves? It really depends. It really depends on the character design. If they design that their character gonna have hooves, then yeah, cool. Like even my cryptid has cloven hooves. And I think cloven hooves is pretty cool, not gonna lie. Because it's been a hot minute. It's Gibe. You know, the Gibe. Is there one thing on VR chat? I don't know anything about VR chat at this point. Also, I'm doing this. Give me a second. I'll try to finish this one, but I don't know if it's even possible with my current skill. Like, I see this, and then I'm like, oh god, where do I even start? Here, this is what I'm looking at. I don't even know where to start. Oh my god, okay. This is kind of bad. I need to think about this for a little bit. Crap. Where do I start? Oh yeah, I know where to start. Give me a second. My pure ref is still here, I think. You guys don't mind if I play some phone games in the meantime, right? Is it? It's this one. So I'm trying to make this. My god, man, why is it so difficult? This is the reference that I have so far. I try to make this into existence. So these are all the pictures that I can find. This is the kind of style that I'm going for. Oh, yay! Can I change it here? There we go. I love the vibe. Oh. I'm gone. I'm dead. I'm not dead anymore. Always love for a jam. Sorry, this is the reference I have so far. I mean, I've been finding references. Front view, side view. This is a good one, but the tail is sort of blocking it, so it's kind of hard. But I can sort of see what's going on here. But I think this is too big. This is not supposed to be like this. But then again, I might be able to change it because I might be able to just like stick them together. Like a budget. What is this? Why is this the thing? I'm just gonna do a very simple one since this is like the 150k points, but not too simple to a point where I don't honor the 150k. I'm trying to make this into existence. I still need to make a mushroom. I mean, mushroom shouldn't be too hard to make, I think. Yeah, so I'll try. I'll try. That's pretty of the model. Thank you. Also, hi Kim. Hello. I just realized. Look at the size of the hand. It's my whole face and more. Never fix it. I'm lazy. Oh, why am I so lazy? I don't know. Hope you're doing good. Wrist. I think. Welcome. It's always nice to see a kobold. And since I'm a dragon now because Tylra ran away, I had to be here. I left a little character play. But anyway, let me try to get this. God, it's been so long. Oh, it feels weird to use the tablet. Ooh, I need to get used to this again. Ooh, it's been so many months. Oh my god. Okay, let me think. Sub 2, I have 3. Oh, I have 3 different meshes. The body's like this. Why is the body like this? Oh, I know why the body is like this. Because I'm looking at the reference picture and trying to make it. The body's not supposed to be like this. Is it? You know, I feel like I lost all my artistic sense. I feel like I lost all my artistic sense. Like, what am I doing? Alright, don't panic. There's no need. There's zero need to panic. Just look at it slowly. The music helps at least. At ease. Oh, wait. It's kind of funny looking. I mean, I can like stick them all together, but it's not supposed to look like this. It's a bit of a... more ass. more ass, I think. More curve, basically. I'm trying to see... This one sort of makes sense, but maybe a little bit lower. I can't believe it. This is like what I did for the... Like months ago I did this, and I totally forgot about this. The cigar is so apparent though. Oh, it's muscular structure, of course. It's muscular structure. Why am I thinking? Okay, I know. I'm looking at this like, that's a ball. It's like, no, that's not a ball. It's muscular structure, stupid. Alright, let's do this shit. Okay, I'll alternate this. Alternate release is this. Don't alternate. Alternate hold is pen. Okay. There we go. With ZBrush, it's all about alternate and space. You can work with one index finger. And then the other hand just like do this. Whatever. Okay. So muscular structure, it looks like this. It looks a little bit bulky on the on like the starting area. Who needs warm up? I'm gonna regret this so much. It's something like... Wait, no. It doesn't have... It looks like the thing. Cobalt, I'm just gonna pin the YouTube link for you. Not not Kobo. Right, I'm not a Kobo, I forgot. Oh yeah, the link. I got it. Look at that. How do I do this though? Alright, thanks Narix. I think I had just like... Ooh, wait, let me think. Oh! I have... this. So if I show... Okay, then that's being captured. I don't know why my voice is gone. I'm so sorry. If I put this one here, and then put this one here, maximize the screen of this one. I want to see. I'm just gonna look through all of these. Okay, so I'll start from. Okay, it looks like a content starts from here. Content, huh? I think past 1 hour it becomes community talk. That's what I'm looking for. Is it too small? Is it too big? I never done this before. I'll put it like this so this doesn't block as much. Attention span? What is that? Who needs attention span when you have this?
So yeah, like we said, it's just a really great time to be part of the franchise. And I think with that, we're going to wrap up our pre-show. We're going to have a pretty fun program ahead of us. So, you know, after the results of the Hunter's Choice Top Monster, we hope you stick around and check out everything we've got. But yeah, with that said, we want to say thank you so much to the Monster Hunter community. Your support means the world to us.
That works, right?
Jono, any parting words before we go?
Yeah, it's been an incredible 20 years, no matter when you joined us as a Monster Hunter fan. Thank you so much. It's awesome to have you with us. And here's to the next 20 years and 2025 when things are going to be getting wild.
All right, well, before we head into the main show, we'll want to sign off with our usual Monster Hunter chant. Happy hunting!
That's so sad, though. We're gonna start with a Monster Hunter chant and then just like the most unscripted, unprompted happy hunting. Your buffering looks so sus. What's going on? You're telling me there's buffering going on? Is it like the stream dead or some shit? No, it looks okay on my end. I showed you the model that was talking about. Okay, on Discord, right? Oh, Kirin. That looks pretty good. It's just a YouTube video. Okay. I only played Monster Hunter 2. I never really played the other ones. Monster Hunter 2, and then Monster Hunter Frontier G, or Frontier Z. Black screen? Really? But it looks fine on my feedback. Shit. Wait, let me pause this. Is it really just black screen? It looks fine on my feedback. Crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh man. It's capturing it. I think if you tap out of GX, it becomes a black screen. I'm using Google Chrome though. I'm not using GX anymore. Somehow it uses a lot more resources than Google does. Somehow. See, the thing is, my feedback is looking fine. Here. Look at this. See? Over here it's looking fine. Saw that? It's playing. I don't get it. I don't get it. So on your end, okay. Before that, let me try something else again. I can check my VOD. Alright, let me just like don't capture that. I can check my VOD and see if it's a black screen because it's very sad. This is how you check the font, right? Here. Hey, it's not a stream if it's not scuffed, alright? I don't see black screen on my stream. Narix, it's on your end. Oh, it is black screen. I lied. So if I tap out, it becomes black screen. Give me a second. So here looks fine. I'm gonna like skip ahead a little bit. Oh, if I don't minimize it, it looks fine. I get it. So here it looks fine, right? If I tab out, it becomes black, I think. Oh god, my pet. Here, let me try again. The pets and poops, they're missing. Like I said, it's on a stream if it's not scuffed. There we go. So if this one I don't minimize it, then it should be fine. Let me try it. Okay, I didn't minimize it. It should play like normal. Oh, now I don't want to do art anymore. Yeah. Oh, wait. I think it's because when I click on this one, it's black, right? Is it black now? I need confirmation. Because I clicked on ZBrush, on ZBrush. It's okay now? Okay, good to know. Can't wait to play Monster Hunter Wild. Just one more year, man. I can live with that. Just one more year, we're gonna get our Monster Hunter Wild. And proof the hero will never cease to amaze. The music's just too good. Electro is on 10th? Damn, alright. Hey, well deserved. Fuck yeah. Electro is hot. Oh no. Nergigante! I just feel like Nergigante is like the Charizard of Pokemon, you know what I mean? The music is really good though. It's like the Charizard of like Monster Hunter. Vitalis? Oh fuck yeah. Hey yo, old Vitalis! When I first hear Vitalis' theme, it's so fucking good. Kuga? Is anyone surprised? No, not me. What am I trying to do? I'm not supposed to do muscle structure now, but okay, let me finish this one and then let me just do the blocking in. Velkhana? If Velkhana is not number 1, I hate this game. God damn, Velkhana is 6, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, but Velkhana is so hot though. Ironic because Velkhana is all eyes. Gore? I'm not surprised. Everyone loves Gore Magala. You know what? Couldn't blame them. Gore Magala is actually really hot too. I'm more surprised it's Base Kuga. I think Base Kuga, I'm not surprised really. Hey yo. Oh, it's normal Valstra, it's not even Crimson Glow. Spongy Boy? Spongy Boy is third? Oh, Lucky Chris, of course. Of course. I never fought. I never had a sea fight before, like an underwater fight section. It looks so wild. Like this is a game, underwater fight. Please bring Lucky Chris back. Have you tried to speak Japanese? A little bit. I've been learning a little bit. 少しだけ勉強する? Nagigante took 2 spots? Oh, fuck this. I'm mad now. Disgusting. Okay, like I said, Nagigante is just Charizard. It's overrated. I hate it. And then in before my stream got before I got cancelled because I hate Nagigante. hey, I'm not ready for the backlash. Don't kill me. Hi, Vicious Beans. Xenoga is number 1 shocked me a little bit. Haha. But no, really, it shocked me a little bit because I thought number 1 would be some sort of a dragon. But it's a good boy, so I guess. number one spot is a good boy. Okay, fine. Oh yeah, you can harvest Xenoga when it's down, right? That's a cool montage. All right, fine. That's a cool ass artwork. Oh my god. Fucking Nagigante took 2 spots though on top 10. Can I believe it? But good shit. Velcana made it. Malzino didn't make it though. Wait, Malzino did make
Congratulations to Xenoga, Nergigante, and Lagiacrus, the top 3 monsters as voted for by you, the community, from 20 years of Monster Hunter. That's pretty awesome, hey Joe.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for.
What's up, fun size Kobo? Kobo
like
ran away.
Quite done yet, right?
No dragon
You are
is
right,
here.
because there is another Hunter's Choice on the horizon.
Best
Coming
monster.
soon, you, the community, will be tasked to vote for the best monster theme music.
Yeah, there's been so many incredible songs throughout the Monster Hunter series, so many iconic themes, so we can't wait to see what you vote on.
Okay, let me fix this one real quick. Wait, best monster Hunter theme song?
まずその初代モンスターハンターが生まれた経緯、
そのネットワーク
そうそうそう
ゲームを立ち上げるぞみたいな。
Oh, wait, it's getting blocked by the thing.
のオンラインゲームをちょっと作っていきましょうみたいなね方向になって、で3タイトル立ち上がって、
It's not gonna get blocked by chat anymore.
レースゲームと、バイオハザードアウトブレイクっていうバイオハザードを使ったネットワーク。
Dragon these
でもう一つが
nuts?
モンスターハンター
These nuts?
ということですね。
I don't like nuts though.
カプコンで強い
But I think I heard of the
アクションゲーム
joke a lot. Is it like a
で
these
オンラインゲ
nuts
ー
thing?
ムで藤岡が初代のディレクター
Like the
そうですね。
で僕はその
these
当時はネ
nuts?
ットワーク
I
の
don't
方
know.
のプランナーで関わってたんですけど、まずモンスターハンターだからモンスター、
Cashew
実
nut?
は一番初めにできたモンスターってレイヤーなんですよね。
リオレア。
ですよ
But
ね
dragon nut sounds good
一
though,
番
not
最初に
gonna
上がっ
lie.
た後がレイヤーだった緑色のああいうこう毒性を持った飛竜みたいなものをまずデザイナーがデザインしたっていうそれ以上でもそれ以下でもないかなと思ってて、
だから初代のロゴの上にいるのはレイヤーなんですよね。
そうだから
実はレウスと思ってる方も多いかもわかんないですけど、
そうなのね。だからその前前身もあったよね。モンスターハンターになる前、
ありますね。
ファンタジーを作ろうって言ってた頃は本当に普通のドラゴンデザインしてたし、もっと本当に王道なスタイル、魔法使いもまだいたし、王道なすごいスタイルだったんだけど、なんか自分たちのオリジナルってなんだろうねっていう時に、もうそういう魔法使いとかじゃなくて、で王道なドラゴンじゃなくて、もっと自分たちなりのこのデザインされた 生き物をちゃんと作ろうってなって
Oh my
リオレイヤー
god.
デザイン
That's such a good call though.
タイルのデザイン
デザインね
That is such a good
全
call.
然
Because
元々
mages and
デザイナー
dragons just
がやってた
overdone.
のはチャチャブみたいな
ちょっとゴブリンみたいなやつですよね。
そうそうそうすごいこうバキバキのもうゴブリンでさ怖いわ
あれ本当ちょっとしたことですけど本当良かったです
ちょっとしたことだけで本当よかった
これは入ってたらね
やったらもうバキバキのこんな怖みたいなやつ、
ね
うん、
いや
マスコットやったから
マスコットじゃない
マスコット誰が
今はもう全14武器種になってますけど、当時はもう6種
もともとが、まあ、でっかいモンスター倒すんだから、ハンターまあプレイヤーの武器もでっかい方がいいでしょみたいな、ところから体験とヘビーボウガン、癖強の2つから始めてたから、
そうですよね初め体験したもんねずーっと
体
ね
験でその後増えていったのもハンマーとかランス重いのばっかり
そうそう重いね
これいるやろって言ってさすがにいるやろ
ザクザクいけないやつばっかりでね
そうってなって片手剣とライドボウガン増やして、まあそれでなんかキャラクター性が一通り揃ったんよね、だからもうまあまずは最初の6武器をちゃんと作り上げようっつってまずはそこからかな、一個一個の武器がもう全然仕様が違うから癖が強すぎる。
特に当時はボタンじゃなかったですからねスティックでしたからね
スティックで攻撃してたからな。
Yeah, I remember. Oh shit.
こうアテンドする
Old Monster Hunter used to attack with right analog stick. It's so weird.
大体みんな普通はこうボタンに手やるやんすぐにピッて。
そうね
ボタンじゃないんですよ。これレバーなんですっつって
こっちなんですよ
Yeah.
まずそこから持ち替えさせるみたいなね。
今のモンスターハンター
I mean, it still
プレイヤー
works.
の方もそうなんですけど、やっぱあの時からやっぱりその助け合いであったりとか、その情報共有であったりとか、すごくなんでしょう、まああの時でそういう言葉あんまりないかもしれないですけど、結構コミュニティみたいながねできてたんですよね。やっぱり
なんか自然発生してたしね、その助け合うとかね。昔はもう入ったらこう大チャットっていう
大チャット
みんながチャットの中にダーッと100人ぐらいがなだれ込んできて、でラオシャンロン張ってますみたいなログがブワーってずっと流れてて、でそれに群がっていくその人たちがいる。
いざ入ったらラオ何したらいいのみたいな、ね、
全然分かんない教えてくださいみたいな、尻尾に引かれてやられてしまいますみたいな何してたらいいんでしょうかって。
Please bring back Lao San
ボス
Nong.
からやっぱり古流
そう
がやっぱり
そうね
スポット当たってきてるので、
まあそれもなんか今のひな形になったかな、その
He
大型
got
モンスターとしてのモンスターっていうのが基本的にはこの世界屋台骨なんだけど、
I don't read
ワン
that.
クラス上のや
You mean
つ
the
が
characters?
その
What character?
ファンタジックな部分
To control the character, you have to use analog stick.
だからそいつらが
Movement with left analog stick. Camera movement with D-pad. Attacking with the right analog stick.
そういう存在をなんか作れたっていうのは、なんかモンスターハンターのゲームのデザインしていくとか世界観作っていく上では
This is making me want to play back Monster Hunter
あの当時
too.
ああいう仕掛けをしといてよかった
But man, it's so grindy.
本当になんか特別な存在でしたからね。
そう
ドスの時も特に、
そうそうでラージャンとかもそうだしね、そのどこでも出てくるすんげえ荒らしてくるやつみたいな、急に出てくるやべえやつっていうのはなんか作りたいなって、
ラージャンは今でも大活躍ですからね
大活躍
大活躍ですからね。
で大闘技大会っていう
ありましたね。
あったやろ。捕獲したモンスターを自分の
Gonna keep it a
パー
little
トナ
bit
ーとし
belly.
て
で
出て、でこの
戦えるんですよね。
対戦できるっていう大
Hi,
闘技大
Nexus.
会っていうモードがあったんやけど、ラージャンもゲットできるのね。でラージャンがゲットできたらもうほぼ一択でラージャンが強いっていう世界だったんやけどモンスターもこう餌を与えていくと強化できるんだけど、そのラージャンの強化する素材がキリンの角やって、で
そう設定的にもね。
そうで今となってもそれが設定としてはこう、キリンの角を食うっていう設定がラージャンに残ったっていうのは、
Poor Kieran.
そっから
Actually, fuck that. Kieran deserved this.
そこって思うけど、なんかそっからもう
Kieran deserved all of this. Kieran fight
出
sucks.
てきますからね。
What kind of other cultural Eastern dragons have you seen in animations? Oh shit. Not a lot.
まず携帯基盤、
はい
これをまあ作ることになったきっかけって多分みんな知りたいと思うんけど。
はい。僕との方もタイトルがちょうど、バイオハザードアウトブ
I
レ
don't
イ
want to
ク
do art
が
anymore.
終わった後にちょうどその当時のプロデューサー
What have you
の方から
done, Narix? What have you done?
携帯機のゲーム PSP が、出ていて、でそちらの方で、開発をしないかって話を、いただいたのが最初のきっかけになりますね。
ドスとの連動っていうのが
I love it when when they talk
実
about
は
stuff
ヤン
like
ガル
these.
ルがあってそこで生まれたモンスターね。
ヤン
ヤンガルルが行き来するモンスターみたいな扱いで、
はい。
生まれたのがガルルガなんですよね。
Oh my god, I remember finding
そうですね
Yen Garuga. It's
昔は
like
こう
shit.
ドスと
I keep dying.
ポータブルの方でこう世界観を共有しながらちょっと何かゲームみたいなのを作れないかっていうので、そういったちょっと新規のモンスターを作ってちょっと確かに試みたのは大きなちょっと挑戦でしたね。あれも。
でここで今となっては大人気のモンスターのティガレックスが生まれると。
最初、メインモンスターを新規で何かしら作ろうって話になったんですけども、モンスターハンター無印とかに作った設定資料とかめちゃくちゃあるんですけど、ワイバーンレックスって言われるこう飛竜の原種みたいな、昔にいた生き物みたいなそういうふうな設定のやつがあって、そこらとかは使えそうかっていうので、恐竜とかもやっぱ T-Rex とかそういったのがやっぱり人気の生き物だったりとかする、そこらと飛竜、モンスターをかけを作ることでインパクトの強いものができないかなっていうので、考えたものにはなりますね。
あれだっけ、僕がガウシカにボコられたんて、
あ、そうです。
あれセカンドの時やっけ。
セカンドの時ですね。
なんか一ノ瀬に呼ばれてテストプレイやってほしいって言われて、超強いガウシカでねテストプレイやっててボッコボコにされて、どっかまでも追いかけてくるガウシカで、最後もう丘の上から俺弓打ってたもん。
それ見てガウシカ調整しようかな。
いや分かった
じゃあちょっとまずいかな。
どう考えても分かんて。
Maybe you should watch an art video. But this one is good.
今までの
I wanna watch Monster Hunter behind the scenes
一番
stuff.
開発期間がやっぱ短くて。
そうですね。
で
It's okay. This one is only 2 hours.
あれのバージョン 1.0
I so hope I don't get
で
Nexus.
それが、2007年の4月の25日やった。実際作り出したんでそのもうちょっと後やねんね。
はい、そうですね。
っていうと1年やっぱかかってなくて、
いや、
Only about 1 hour tops. Alright.
実質あれ10ヶ月かかってないかな。
それぐらいはやってる。
Yeah, there's ad going on.
ナルガとかもなんかもう
I'll pause it.
なんか用意して。
I'll pause it because there's ad going on. It's fine. Don't worry. We can wait. We can wait. We can wait. I want to watch this together, not just me. You know what I mean? Ad breaks ends in 1 minute 30 seconds. In the meantime, you guys can watch me suffer, like trying to do this. But I already forgot the entirety of how I do art. God, but I got this. I'll take it slow. I just need to like the peach, and the peach. I'm gonna do it very simply. Just I know I messed up on what. I shouldn't have done it like this though. Now it's not gonna look good. You see the problem? Left and right is not right. It's not like because I do it the wrong way. I mean, I can be very ooga booga and try to fix this, but it's not gonna look terribly good. You know what? Let me try. So peach, right? I think this is about the size of the peach. I call them peach, I don't know why. Peachies. It just reminds me of the Paradigm. Remember the game that I never played? Or I never finished? Game is fun, but the pacing just not to my liking. Point and click game just feels a little bit too slow for me. I want more action, more punchy stuff. Okay, ad is gone. Let's continue.
そうやね。もう検証なんかできへんかったもんね。
Alright, any confirmation? Is it black screen?
早い手が
ちょっとね、変化球的なモンスターにしようっていう。
ダークヒーローじゃないですけど、ちょっと線外したような
I
形
think
の
somewhere I just woke
かっ
up.
こいいやつをちょっ
Good
と
to
見てみ
know.
ようかっていうので、なんか形にはなりましたね。
オープニングのナルガがねまだ本モデルじゃなかったからシルエットだけ見せてごまかせるようにしたね最後ね目だけ引かせシュッてやってね
いい感じに盛り上げるために
新システムというか
Hey, if it works, it
音の変
works.
化を入れるというね
アイルーとかをちょっと動かしてみよう、できるかなみたいな話をした時になんかちょっと動かせましたみたいな感じで、これはいけるって話で案外いけるかもっていうので
次にちゃんがディレクターとしてかかってたのが P サードと今回20周年で企画でやった、モンスターの人気投票、1位になったジンオーガ
ジンオーガさんすごいですね。
生まれてると
ジンオーガ
いうところやね。
ジンオーガの開発もやっぱり時間めちゃくちゃ
めっちゃかかったねこれね。
正直今まで僕がやった中で一番苦労したんじゃないかなと思いますね。
何ヶ月かかった
もうこれもう立ち上げから最後までの2年丸々使ってると思うぐらい
2 years?
どう
Holy
いったアクショ
shit.
ンをちょっと遊びのサイクルに持ってくるかとかなかなか決まんなくてで叩きつけるみたいなところからちょっと遊びを軸にいろいろと来航中のサイクルですかっていうのをちょっと作っていったって感じはありますね。デザインとかもだいぶ最初の段階二足歩行で立ってましたからね当初はそういう風なネタとかもありましたね。
初めて結構和のテーマが入ってくるというそこでだから温泉とかもやっぱりここで初めて登場。
モンスターハンターとか結構衣食住っていうか生活をベースにしたテーマのゲーム、何か生活感を感じれるもの何かないかなって話をちょっとその当時とかも企画のメインの方と一緒にちょっと話してて、洗濯かお風呂ぐらいかみたいな話になってお風呂はなんか気持ちよさそうやし、なんか温泉とか、まあ日本人の感覚でいうとやっぱりこう気持ちよくてリフレッシュする感があるんで、なんかそこら辺のところちょっとモチーフにやりたいねって話でよしもう風呂しかないっていうか温泉しかないっていうのでちょっとこう食事に変わるシステムっていうのでちょっと入れた感じではありますね。
Nice. I always love listening to stuff like these. So interesting. So now it's like the mid newer
ちょっ
one.
とこれ無印の時にさ、なんかその一番最初の盛岡のステージでキャンプから出るとアプトノスがいて、で川を横断してアプトノスがこう逃げて、
あいつらだけ逃げていけるね。
でうわもうここ入らせろみたいなこの欲求が強かったよね。
そうですね。
で欲求は大事にしたいよねっていうのと、まあ、チャレンジは1個何かやりたいっていうのがあって、まあ、モンスターとこう立体的な関わりができるんだったらすごいいいんじゃないかなっていうので、水中っていうのとメインのモンスターを据えようっていうので、まあそこはワンセットでも面白くならない限り 水中はフィックスしちゃダメぐらいで勢いでやってたから、
そう外せるぐらいの覚悟でね、
もうくらいの覚悟でもう最悪埋め立てるっていうラギアクルスチームみたいなのができた。もう絶対おもろするっつってまあ割り切りどころもこっちは提案してたけど、いや絶対もうこのシームレスにやれるのが絶対楽しいし、それを実現させしたいですっつってすごい意気込みで作ってくれて、360
I've never thought about underwater
アクセス
hunting.
しやすい感じと、なんかそのやり取りがモンハンライクっていうゲームデザインになったから、すごいおもれえなこれってなって、でもう実装しよう、水中ちゃんとやろうっていう。
でですね、まあトライ作って、でまあ正直僕らその後 MH4 モンスターハンター4作ってたんですけど、ちょっとモンスターハンター4がちょっと思ったより時間かかると、じゃあ間にちょっとなんか欲しいよねっていう話になって、じゃあトライを移植してくるのはどうだって初め話だったんですよね。でも移植だけやったらあれやから、せめて水中やからガノトトス足そうみたいな、こうやってたらなんか GQ も入ってるしモンスターめっちゃ入ってるしこれやばないって言って
タンジアっていう
新しい拠点までできて
そら移植じゃないでしょみたいな。
移植じゃないやろもう発表の1ヶ月ぐらい前ですかね、これ G つけようって話になって
トライ G にしたいって言い出して、
そっから変わったんですよね名前が。
地形周りでちょっとチャレンジしてたっていう、ジャンプ攻撃作りたいとか、
高低差ね。
そうそうそう、トライのそのちょっと水中の高低差での遊びみたいなのがやっぱどうしてもこういいなっていうのもあって、それをもう少しこう陸に持ってこれないかっていうのもあって、当時のゲームアクションゲームのスタンダードがもう高低差ありきのレベルデザインにもなってきてたから、まあモンスターハンターっていうゲームが今後も戦っていくためには高低差のあるフィールドに自分たちもちゃんとやらななやばいのっていうので始めたっていうのもあったから、
やっぱりでもここで高低差入ったのはすごくやっぱ大きかったですね。
そうね、
できるっていうのがね、それが
上からのアプローチとか下から上を取られた時どうしようとか、いろんな思考がこのフィールドの地形に対しても考えれるようになったっていうのは、それはやっぱモンスターが対応する、プレイヤーが対応するっていうのが大きいから、まあ、それができるようになったのは良かったかな。
方でいうとまあゲームスタートした後にこう、ね、ドラマチックなところから始まるみたいなね。
そうそうそう。方はとにかくそのいろんな要素を分かりやすくしようっていうか、キャッチーにしようっていうので、もうちょっと開放感のあるテーマにしようっつって、冒険っていうのもすごい分かりやすいキーワードを1個入れようっつって冒険、拠点を転々としながらまあお話が進んでいくっていうのは1個やりたいねっつって、だからそこにキャラクターもすごく必要だし、描かないといけないその物語もやっぱりしっかり書かないとこう展開作れないから、だからそこは一番4で取り組んだのかな、ね。
ここで、現状の全14武器種が揃うんですね。
全部のね。
総中根とチャージアックスが追加されると、
そういうジャンプに結構フォーカスしたゲーム性だったから、そういうのをユニークなその性能として持っている武器があってもいいんちゃうかっていうのと、これも無印の頃のイラストなんやけど、なんかこう鷹匠みたいな、鷹をこう操る職業みたいなイラストがあって、なんかおもろいことできんかっつって、まあ、虫を操るそのコン、総中コン、チャージアックスの時はもう分かりやすい武器作ろうぜみたいなまあスラッシュアックスとこのちょっとついにあるような
Charge blade easy to handle,
分かりやすい武器
easy to
作ろうっつって
understand.
まあ合体変形
It will always be the funniest thing we ever heard.
コンセプトにある武器で
コアマガラが今回のモンスター総選人気投票、でやっぱり北米だったらやっぱりね人気あるんですね。
いや、people love
テーマ的にダークヒーローみたいなのがあったじゃないですか。それで結構海外で受けてて嬉しいですよね。
そうね。
Right. I'm fucking doing art. Hi, Becky. Well, Hobot ran away, so I'm here now.
トライから取り組み始めて、で 4G とかでも結構やってですよね。
そうそう。だからいろんなとこでちっちゃなこのイベントやってるのもちょっと顔を出させてもらったりとか、まあ
Thank you.
大きなコミュニティとちょっとコミュニティ
Dragon likes pets and boobs too.
まあその頃からすごい感じてたけどな。
In Charge Blade, they try to make it like an easy to understand weapon. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way, I'm telling you.
そうですね。はい。これ実は全然違うタイトルだったよね。最終的にはちょっといっちゃんと僕でやるって話になって、
それまで作ってた別のゲームとかあったんですけど、
Hey,
まあ
it's the
それ
best.
やめてで、まあ、今回何しようって
Burner
話に
Village.
まあ、りょうさんと合流してで、りょうさんからもう提示してもらったのがお祭り感
ね。
で一言
You know for experience.
以上うちはスタッフ全員おおってなって、そこから鍵技やスタイルとか4大モンスターがお祭り感から生まれた。よくできましたね
みんなよくそんなねキーワードでここまでね広げてくれたわっていうぐらい、岩中のところでいうとやっぱり仮技とスタイル、
はい、3DS できるタイトル、まあそれも何タイトルか出てきてるんで、やっぱりちょっと、ゲーム的にも何かちょっとアクションの部分で新しさとかがないと、やっぱマンネリはちょっとし始めるかなっていうので、既存の武器のところに何かちょっとシステムを加えることで遊びを広げられないかなっていうので、ちょっとこういったシステムをちょっと入れることになりました。
Oh, Hunter Art?
お祭り感とこのキーワードのところから懐かしかった頃に戻れるみたいなそういった、ものにしたかったので過去にあった村とか、そういったものを、持ってきたりとか、4つの拠点か、でその4つの拠点にそれぞれ4つのモンスターを置いてって感じで、キーワードを4っていうものにしたんで、スタイルの数も4だったりとか、そんな感じでちょっとまとめていったって感じにはなりますね。
4大メインモンスターの中で、個人的にはその後結構厄介なのがガムート
なんですか。
Oh yeah.
でかいのが厄介なんですか。
いや結構ほらあっこに出そうとかってなった時に、
そういうこと
あいつだけどでかいから。
でも当時はでかいマンモスが出したかったんですよね。どうしても。でも全然ガムートなんかいい感じにすれば出せるんじゃないですか。
Gamma's too thick.
そうやね。子供とかおらへんから。ちょっとちっちゃめのやつおれへんから。この時に出たのが、お祭り感もあってニャンタ
オトマイルのとこ、ちょっと何かしら手を加えた方がいいかなっていうので、実際もプレイヤーとして遊べて
Oh yeah, you can play as cats, right? Shit, I never played it before.
いいのかなっていうので、最初やっぱゲーム的にどう調整しようかなってところもあったんですけど、もうかなり遊んでもらって、今でもやっぱりユーザーの人とかね、ニャンターとかないんですかっていうような意見とか、やっぱそういうの目にしますもんね。
それね、クロスが発売されて、その後にタイトル名としてはダブルクロスと
市原君がディレクターで
やってくれてて、エグゾプライマルのディレクターやってる平岡がメインプランナーでやってくれてて、当然の流れとして仮技とスタイルを足すんだろうなっていうのはあったんやけど、スタイルを2つ持ってきたよね。
そうですね。すごい調整量が G になって作るもんと掛け合わせがすごかったですね。
前の仮技とかにも全部掛け合わせ見ていかなあかんから、結構2つ足すってえらいことなんですやけど、やりますって言って最後まで走り切ってくれて、で、ここでモンスター的生まれたのが、これも結構大人気、バルハルクでちょっと一風変わったモンスターに見えたと思うんですね。あれってどんな経緯とか。
元デザインのところシャチベースとかなんかそんな感じじゃなかったかな。
There's no way,
ちょっと空飛んでるもんなんで、最終的に今の形になったっていうのは鳥とか。
You know, Valtrex used to be an orca.
モンスターがこのメインモンスター扱いです。
Now I know. Narix used to be an orca.
めちゃくちゃ強かったですね。
強かったな。早かったな。
ですね。モードも複数切り替えて、後半に行くほどか、だんだん戦闘スタイル変わってで、こうゲームでも手に汗握るような。
そうやね。ディアブロスってね、初代から出てるんだけど、ここでね一番スポット当たったかもからね。
Sorry, not sorry.
特徴的な色にもねしてたんで、結構印象にはモンスターになったんじゃないかなと、2つの中でもとは思いますね。
Why is it so uneven? Oh, it's a polygon.
ワールドのディレクターの徳田を呼んでますので、ワールドとかアイスボーンの話をちょっとしていきたいと思っておりますと。で、ここで
Favorite Monster Hunter?
やっぱり、グローバルをちょっと意識しようというところも出てて、で
もきっかけで言ったら 4G のテストやもんな。
そうですね。4G を、海外の方にプレイしていただいて、意見をいただこう、フィードバックもらおうっていうのを、海外の方の反応って結構ダイレクトにみたいな、なかなかこう答えるものがあって、
なんで門前払いとは言わんけど、なんかそれぐらいの勢いで結構徳田がこう黒敵だもんだからかなり気合が入り直したというかね。
そうですね。
次のゲームの水準というか、そこでやらないといけないところを改めてこうぶつけられたっていうか、
これはありましたね。
今回やっぱりそのナンバリングをやめたというか、そのタイトルとしてもちょっと自分たちのテーマをやっぱりタイトルにつけていこうって話。
あれ開発名やったもん。
そうコードネームがワールドだったんです。
なんか気に入ってもうて、もうワールドええわみたいな。嘘やろって。ワールド
It is such a huge change though.
環境利用、モンスターも含めて いろいろ考えて遊んでもらおうみたいなところがあったと思うんだけど、ここ大変やったなみたいなのってある？
縄張り争いでもな。
Use the international box art instead of the Japanese box art. There's different
ぶ
box
つけ合うっ
arts?
ていうのが行為として面白い、面白くなりそうだまでは分かるけど、本当にそれをゲームとして遊び出した時にそれにこうどれぐらい価値を見出せるかみたいなんてなかなかこう伝わりづらいというか、
まあプレイヤーがね関与しないって思われがちっていうね。
最初実装した時に、結構チームにも効率重視のプレーをする子がいて、狩りの効率を回すのが好きみたいな人がいて、その子がこんなのめんどくさいし誰もやらないんじゃないですかみたいなことを言ってたんですよ。でその後にダメージ表記を実装したんですよ。
That's
プ
fair.
レイヤーが普通に攻撃すると10とか20とかしか
桁が違うかったね。
縄張りでバーンと外したら1000以上ドーンと入った瞬間にその効率重視の子があれ使わないのおかしいっすよみたいなクーって変わってその時に縄張り争いもダメージ表記もいけるな。
ワールドのその数字の実装っていうのはモンハンにとってはすごい
そうですね。
革命だし、僕としてもすごいそれは感じてた。
今回
I'm personally not a big fan of having numbers shown.
で、
This is a very personal opinion though.
まず古竜が集まる、生態系を含めたお話にしたいっていうのがあったんで、何がいいかなって考えてふと破壊と再生
言ってたね。
それを隣にいた藤岡さんに破壊と再生どうすかおもろいな再生能力あるからこそその自らが傷つくことも厭わず攻撃するみたいな、そのアクション性も含めて体現できたら、張りのあるモンスターになるんじゃないかなみたいな。
だからアイスボーンの最後もネルギガンテに美味しいとこ持っていかしたかったよね。生きてたみたいなネルギガンテらしいこのなんか持っていき方がちょっとあれはなんかやりたかったよね。
ワールドでは結構タイトルアップデートでコラボとか結構多く入れたんですけど、逆に言うとアイスボーンは既存モンスター、シリーズモンスターの人気どころをちょっと入れていこうっていう。
単純に僕の一個の心残りというか手強いモンスターがちょっとコラボキャラばっかりだったんで、やっぱちゃんと自社というかモンスターハンターのキャラにしたかったよね。だからミラボレアスはもう最強にする。
ミラーは揉めましたね。
Yeah, Vitalis fight is not easy.
かどうかっていう議論をずっとしてたね。
ステージも足すし、お話も作り出すし。
It is like the best Vitalis fight ever.
でミラーまでちょっとこう伏線をちょっとずつ張りながらミラーに持っていったラインでこうつなげていこうみたいな。
やっぱ締まりましたね。
そういう意味では
すごい締まりましたね。
今でもずっと遊び続けてくれてるし。
やっぱりそのワールドアイスボーンっていうのはちょっとああいうこの世界観の広がりであったりとか、その本当にモンスターハンターの世界で結構ねずっとこだわったところが一気にこう広がったというか感じがしますよね。ラージャンのキャプチャーの映像を出したんですか。昔はもう全部手付けだったじゃないですかモンスター。
そうだね。でモンスターもそろそろやってみるか。キリンのこう角をバキって折るとこペットボトルバーンって折ってうわーってやってっていう
前話したけどそれ
That's so fucking cool.
そうですよ。ドスの時に
大闘技会
そうでキリンの角を食べるとめちゃくちゃ強くなるっていうのあれが成人の儀式なんですよとかいろいろ言ってて、それを回収してくれたんですよね。
It's so cool. The motion capture of Rajang is like people going ape shit. It's like, yeah. Then Rise.
またちょっと和のテイストが入ったようなところにもう一回チャレンジっていうことになったんだけど、
そうですね。ライズの場合はワールドとは違ったスタンスのゲームにしたい、携帯機の特徴を生かした感じの遊びのサイクルだったりとか、そんなものにしたいっていうふうな話を受けていたので、世界観だったりとか、そういったものをちょっとどうしようかなって時に再度そのモンスターハンターの中でその和のテイストとかアジア圏のなんかネタみたいなのをちょっとやってもいいのかなっていうので、ちょっとテーマに今回ちょっとしたって感じではありますね。
モンスターのモチーフも結構今回ライズの時は結構ユニークにちょっと妖怪とかをちょっとテーマに入れたりとかすることになったと思うんやけど、その辺の はどういう感じなの？
もう少しテーマ性とかをそれぞれ
It feels like they're going for like
持た
Japanese
せないかなっていうの
folklore
でより具体的に
with rice.
妖怪をテーマとか何かちょっと分かりやすい共通のテーマ性みたいなのを持たせることで過去作のモンスターとかともちょっと違った、ものを作れないかなっていうので、そういったものをちょっと、お題として出させてもらったっていうのはありますね。
でまあシステム的なところでいうとやっぱかけり虫っていうのはまあ初めて入っている、まあ、システムになるんだけど、
ちょっとゲームのその
Yeah, I feel like this theme is the
地形を
best
使って遊ぶっていうのをちょっと
though.
考えようかって時にこう壁に張り付いたりだったりとか、まあ、地形でいろんなことしたいっていうところがあり、ワイヤーを使ったようなアクションっていうのをちょっと足したいなっていうところから、
This is like my personal
ワイヤーで
best
フックをかけてなんか登る
best
とかそういったものではなくて
stage music instead of like monster specific music.
何か生き物を使った形でそういったものをちょっと表現しようってしたのがかけり虫だったりしますね。はい。
まあお供でいうとここでアイルじゃないお供としてガルク
はい。
が、まあ
Jungle
登場
is
して
good.
犬
Jungle
の
bust.
形が犬とかも何か
But this one is pretty good though. Jungle is like a remake of Masato 2 music, which is good.
っていうところからアイルと同じような獣人の形した犬のままだと役割的にはあんまり変わんない、なるんでちょっとガル
Base race roster was a lot more fun than whatever base roster is.
モンスターですね。
I think the pacing of Rise is faster,
に協力してくれる
which makes me think that
ちょっと新しく作ったっていう
I feel like base Rise is a lot shorter
はい
than
ここから
World.
は、鈴木ディレクターを呼んでますので、サンブレイク
And somehow I much prefer the world
よ
pacing.
ろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくです。
はい。
世界観のところやねんけど、で、まあ今回ちょっとテーマをライズとは変えたところの理由っていうのは
Yeah, it's such a huge change from base Rise to
あえてここは
Sunbreak.
に倒すことで、西洋の妖怪ではないんですけれども、やはりモンスターという存在がたくさんいますので、そこら辺をモチーフにした、絵代わりとそれからその遊びの変化といったところと違った登場人物を出すことができるかもしれないといったところを総合的に考えた時にここをあえて洋風でチャレンジしてみようというところで企
Oh,
画書を
they did travel a long way,
も
right?
ちろん
From
西洋洋風の世界で進めていこうと
I forgot what the base village is
立てていたんです
to
が和風の路線っていうのも企画自体は
Camera,
ベースは
yeah.
はいなので
Can't use yokai, so let's use urban legends.
陽気払いの里と
Hey, again, if it works, it works.
本当にその陽気払いの里で、カムラの里の面々が、また活躍していくといったようなルートっていうのも、自分の中では、温めてはいたんですけれども、残念ながら日の目を見ることはなかった。
フロンティアからモンスターが、
Espinas, yeah, Espinas is perfect.
あれの経緯
The music.
ちょうどその開発を始める少し前ぐらいのタイミングでモンスターハンターフロンティアがサービス終了を迎えたタイトルでもあったんですね。遊べなくなってしまったそのユーザーの皆さんにそのモンスターハンターフロンティアの要素っていうのを何か届けられないかなっていう気持ちが一つあったのと、でもう一つはそのモンスターハンターのフロンティアのモンスターっていうのは新鮮に感じられる部分もあるんじゃないかなと、そういった面から一体モンスターを出してみようというふうに考えまして、モンスターハンターシリーズにおいて、直近の作品において、マッチするモンスターどれかなっていうのを考えた時に、生態であったりとか、もしくはアクションであったりとか、そのあたりを考慮した結果エスピナスという一体を選ばせていただいたということにはなりますね。
なるほど。じゃあモンスターで言ったら、サンブレイクって結構 TU でも達成いったやん。
はい。
やっぱメルゼナね締めれた
メルゼナ
そうですね。直前でまずはその天妻が土で、ライズから続く流れのところを一度完結をさせていただいて、で次に、最後メルゼナのところでしっかりと、ラストを飾る、ラストを締めることができたっていうのは、開発スタッフ一同にとってもすごく大きなものだったなと。
Her model is way too hard. I can kind of see why.
ね、綺麗にしまったなって感じでよかったね。
デモとかもちゃんと作ってくれてて、ちゃんとなんかストーリーの保管とかもなんかできたのがすごい良かったって感じ。
Yeah, it feels like they focus a lot on story on Rise. I mean, World has story, but it's just so boring. It doesn't.
Next up is this.
It's not that good. What?
Oh, is that Street Fighter?
It looks like it. There's some familiar faces there.
This is looking really cool. So it looks like a special collaboration between Street Fighter 6 and the Monster Hunter 20th anniversary is on the way. Super excited for this, and I can't wait for it.
I'm not gonna
I
skip
wonder how you
this.
can hunt a street though.
Damn.
Looks like you could don Rathalos here.
Oh.
And there is
The
looking pretty
classic.
cool.
The classic Monster Hunter Greatsword there.
Yeah, that's a Wyvern Jaw Blade. Oh, and it looks like you can take it into your World Tour adventures. So a little bit of a clash between worlds right here.
nice little pun there.
Oh my god.
You'll
I
be
already
able to
love it.
Show it off in avatar battles with other players. Looking pretty awesome. Oh, and is that's a Rathalos photo spot.
Oh,
Alright.
King
damn.
of the Skies himself.
Yeah.
And some little Palico buddies as well.
Okay, I'm not gonna skip this
Battle Hub
anymore.
will be proper Monster Hunter themed, and that's looking pretty awesome. This is for any hunters and Street Fighter fans.
Whoa,
So this
thunder.
collab is dropping in April, so be sure to watch out for further details.
April, okay.
The Monster Hunter Now Celebration 2024 is happening right now in Monster Hunter Now. And as part of that, hunters can receive a special hunter medal, including the main logo of the Monster Hunter series 20th anniversary by completing special anniversary-themed quests. Now, hunters, get out there and join the hunt because these quests are available until Sunday, March 24th, 2024 at 11:59 p.m. in your local time.
The Hunter's Choice top monster was announced today, and Zinogre took the #1 spot.
Mhm.
In celebration,
High engaging
the following
comic.
events will be held in Monster Hunter Now.
Welcome.
Zinogre's guaranteed appearance at Huntathon points was
The
planned to end on
announcement is kind
Wednesday,
of
March
long.
13th.
I mean, I'm not interested
But
in now
turns
since
out
I don't
it will
play
be
now.
extended until Monday, March
me see.
25th at 11:59 p.m. local time.
But wait, there's even more.
I didn't
The
hear
second
it's
major
like-
update, the Vernal Invader.
Oh, it's
will
the
go live with
community
new types
talk, right?
And
This
new
one.
features after that too. So the ad show. Of course, I'm Jono, the roundtable part of the Monster
Oh, it's
Hunter
Kogath.
20th anniversary show. Of course, I'm Jono, European Community Manager on Monster Hunter, and over on the opposite side there is Joe, the North American Community Manager on Monster Hunter. And today we have some very, very special guests. How about you introduce yourselves, starting with Kogath?
Hey, I'm Kogath. I'm Monster Hunter Wiki guy. You
Mhm.
see me a lot of times on Twitter or X, whichever you'd like to call it. Normally I'd have a camera up.
The
but
Vita will be
since
coming to the
mine's not
game in
working,
now.
I'm a pig
Shit.
tuber for today.
Well, I'm Vampy.
Yeah,
also
Will
go
has no
by
Leviathans.
Vampy
Hey,
Fit Me,
maybe
and I've been a
because of
fan
this,
of the Monster Hunter series
WoW would
for
have
quite some time now.
Leviathans.
Not
Hopefully.
as long as maybe these guys, but I love it ultimately the same, and I love making costumes of the characters, of the armor sets and everything. And I just enjoy Monster Hunter as a series as a whole. So I'm glad to be here.
Hi, I'm Rurikon, and I play the Gunlance, and I like big explosions, and that's really cool in Monster Hunter, so that's what I do. I just blow things up, and it's fun.
Hmm.
Amazing. Well, thanks everybody for being here. We're so glad to have all of you here for this pretty casual chat. But 20 years of Monster Hunter, we wanted to take a look back at the growth of this series. It's been an amazing run for the series. Obviously, there's a great future ahead, but we've had a pretty special relationship, I think, growing the Monster Hunter series here, both in the
And
US
now
and
it's
in
going to
Europe.
get
So,
Rise stuff later.
wanna
Oh,
ask all of you who
Dynaminer.
played a pretty crucial
Leviathan
role in
is going.
that, what makes Monster Hunter special? for each
Leviathan
of you?
is
Why
going
don't
to
we start,
from Rise.
Kogath, with you, with your
Oh, it's
relationship
only
with the series?
Rise Leviathan.
Well, I
Most
started
likely
back when I
Mizu,
was
just
18.
because of
I was just
popularity.
hanging out at a place
If
named
it's not Mizu,
GameStop,
I'm not gonna play the
this
game
little
anymore.
Video game store.
Mizu
we'd hang
might
out
pull me
late,
back
play
from the
stuff
game.
like
Might.
Capcom versus SK and stuff. There was new releases that came out, and I saw the box art, and I'm like, okay, that's a cool dragon on it. Played that for a little bit, got through Velocidrome. I was like, oh, cool. Little blue Velociraptor. Wasn't that bad, right? And I get to cut Ku, this pink chicken thing, and I'm like,
Big chicken
oh, this
thing.
should be easy, right? It looks weak. Destroys me. No chance. And just from that, I learned okay, I have to take this seriously. Actually put time into grinding out my gear and stuff, and it hooked me.
That's how it
Vampy, how
started.
about you?
When I first started with the series, I personally was watching my little brother play. He's been playing since the beginning, and he's always pushed me, like, hey, you should play this game. And we have similar tastes but I was never really into games that that needed maybe possibly other people to play with. I was more so a player that liked my own time with maybe like hunting or whatever, so it was a little bit odd for me, but then I love the monsters. And the
Don't
name
eat lunch.
itself
Okay, okay.
was very interesting.
Have good lunch
Monster
next.
Hunter.
Bye-bye.
So obviously you hunt monsters, right? So I tried it afterwards with 3, and it honestly got me hooked. Ultimately, it hooked me because of the dialogue. I think that's the main thing that got me in the beginning, and the monsters, but Guildmarm literally made me roll every time she talked. So I was kind of stunned that this kind of game had that kind of dialogue, and also the music. I still listen to the music to this day when I'm like just doing chores and stuff, and I just ultimately love everything about Monster Hunter. It's just so cute. Love the palicos.
Cute. Mm.
I love all the weapons that you can, hunt with. And also the community. Probably talk more about that later, but I made so many friends through Monster Hunter, and ultimately, like, my brother and I connect way more now because we can talk about Monster Hunter and all the other games that are out now. So it's pretty cool.
So for me, the first Monster Hunter that I tried was Monster Hunter Tribe, because I had a friend that was always talking up Monster Hunter to me. And the interesting thing is that I actually didn't like it because I couldn't understand what the point was. It's like, oh, I jump into this map, but everything is empty and I'm supposed to fight just one monster. It was kind of like a concept of a game that I had never really experienced before. So it was really weird and it didn't click. But eventually, a friend of mine, this same friend that was always talking up Monster Hunter, took me under his wing. And one of the really cool things that was very surprising for me was I got Monster Hunter Freedom.
Oh my god, why is it black
Knights
screen?
on the Vita.
There
And
we
it was
go.
compatible to do ad hoc play with the PlayStation Portable, which to me was like mind-blowing. How are we getting these two completely different
like,
consoles to
no
work and
reward to
everything
black
just
screen
works
all of a
fine? I
sudden.
was super surprised. But then he actually explained to me that the whole concept of, you hunt the monster and then you get its parts and you upgrade your equipment and then you can hunt an even bigger monster and then you get its parts and you upgrade more and you hunt even a bigger monster and so on and so forth. And then the gameplay loop kind of clicked and I got completely addicted to it. So Monster Hunter to me is 2 things. It is the gameplay loop that it has of constantly upgrading yourself and getting to fight harder challenges, and friendship, because I've also made a ton of friends by playing Monster Hunter, including this friend of mine who got me into Monster Hunter. And then at a later time, I made friends with Gaijin and Eric's and a lot more people in the community. It was just like friggin' awesome. Just had a blast.
That looks weird.
Yeah, I think that journey that you described, I think it's kind of like ironic too, because you've really like done that for a lot of other people, right? People kind of discovering the series, maybe they didn't just like click with it right away, and then over time they go over like, they learn all about it. It really starts to click with them, and then they spread the word to other people. So yeah, it's been pretty cool to see that.
Yeah, exactly. And as Vampy said, we're going to be diving into what exactly makes the Monster Hunter community so special. But before then, I have quite arguably the most important question of the whole recording. And it kind of defines you, because in Monster Hunter, I feel that as hunters, your weapon choice binds you and, defines you amongst the community. And with 14 kind of currently existing weapons to choose from. Obviously, Rurikan, you did touch on yours there. You're a bit of a blast in the hunt. Me, Sword and Shield. Ever since Ryu, which is my first Monster Hunter, that's been my one. Like, I love it. It's my bread and butter. So let's pass that down the line. Kogath, you're up.
People know I love the Greatsword. It's just always been my main once since the first game. Just seeing it evolve throughout the series has been awesome.
I kind of have to say, and I think a lot of people do know, but if you do not know, I'm a hammer main. I love my hammer. I'm kind of like Ryozo, where you see my chart. I don't know if you guys seen Ryozo's chart. I'm sure you have, or if you haven't, it's literally all hammer. And I think majority of the games when I first started was just that, the hammer, and I still love it to this day. And yeah, I love the hammer.
What drew you to it?
It's just I like the feel of the hammer. Like, there's weight to it, And when I'm hunting, I just love breaking parts, and I just love bonking the monsters on the head. It just feels good. it's a very satisfying weapon for me.
Hmm.
So that's why I use it.
So an interesting thing that happened to me was this one friend that got me into Monster Hunter when, he was telling me how about I had
Sometimes
to pick a
envy of the
weapon,
people who has
right?
the confidence to
You
play with
need to
others
pick a weapon so that you get
in
good
Monster
with one
Hunter,
weapon.
right?
And I was like, okay,
I'm
well, what
super
other weapons
afraid
are
because I
available?
feel like
Starts
I'm just gonna
listing
bring
them
someone
all, and
down.
suddenly it says gun lance, and I was like, I want that one. And he's like, no, don't choose that. That one's bad. You don't want to play that one. And I was like, no, that's the one I want. It's definitely the one I want.
No weapon is bad,
And the more
honestly.
he tried convincing me otherwise, the more I would double down. No, this is the one.
I think with a lot of us, it just kind of whatever feels natural to each player, you know.
Yeah.
You finally get your hands on it, and you're like, "Yep, this one feels right. This is what I'm gonna use."
That's actually why whenever somebody jumps into a stream or something and asks me, hey, what weapon would you recommend for a newcomer? My recommendation is always, I recommend you go to the training grounds and use all of them and see which one gels with you the most, because a recommendation doesn't really matter if you're going to have to learn the
Very true. That is very true.
It's kind of like choosing a character in a fighting game. It's like, choose the one that you think looks the coolest and then just give it a shot. See how it feels.
Yeah, exactly. And, each time you pick up a new weapon, it kind of feels like you're playing a different game. Like when I think about like playing Hunting Horn, which I used for my PC playthrough of like Rise and Sunbreak, it was entirely different to what I knew with the sword and shield. And also shout out to any duters out there. Whenever you join any lobbies that I'm in, I love you. I immediately love you. You're best. They're always greatly appreciated.
Also, when you're using a different weapon, other than what people are used to seeing you use, you find a new subset of people, and their personalities are vastly different from each other. Like the bow users. I started practicing the bow. Right? Like they start acting, they're a little bit different than the hammer, great sword, the heavy weapons, right? Like they're just like a little bit different. So I find that very interesting. Like a different set of people have a certain kind of personality, I think. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's Lance. Oh, sorry, after you, Joe.
I was gonna say, I think we always say like with people's weapon choices, it becomes like a big part of their personality, and some people it's like their entire personality, which I love it. I love to see it, so that's great.
Exactly. Like Lance users, they're like the chillest people you'll ever meet. You think people that are always in the front tanking monster hits are going to be some like really amped up hardcore people, but they are the most
Yes. And they're very precise. My brother is a hardcore lance user, and I'm just like, he's just like, yeah, love the lance, my weapon. But when I talk about my hammer, I'm like, I have this hammer, I'll break these parts for you. What do you need?
Oh.
It's just extra, So, it really depends.
Did I miss it, or did Joe not say his weapon?
Oh,
Well.
Yeah, I'm like Kogath. I'm a great sword main all the way. Yeah,
I just wanted to make
Right.
Yeah, once
Hi,
you see
malicious
those
magpie.
gigantic,
Oh, my hand
damage
my hand
numbers,
tracking
it's
is
really hard to
gone.
go back. It doesn't feel.
I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have any longsword mains or Ogun users in.
I'm curious now.
It's just a meme in my community that I like to make fun of it, and it's just an exaggerated meme that ended up happening.
Guys, we have to everyone check out the pages now. Everyone raid the pages and find out. Huh.
All my dark secrets will come to light.
Yes.
Most of my
talking
time
of that though, you raise a great point
while
about
playing
how,
Monster Hunter
within the
with
Monster Hunter
people,
community,
it's
all
really
the
fun to
different
have others
creators
around.
groups
Nice,
and
that's good to know.
sub-communities, even like the Reddit page has their own jokes, and
So you like-
that's one of the things that makes the Monster Hunter community so special. And like for me,
I'm just afraid because I just feel I'm not good enough. And I'm gonna bring people down if I'm not good enough. So eventually I rarely play with other people.
I love hard games. I kind of started with like Devil May Cry and things like that back in the day. So I had this hunger for boss fights and hard fighting, and I heard about this game called Monster Hunter that was from Japan, and it's hard. It's the same people that Devil May Cry, and I was like, I'm gonna check that out.
Quite
And
the
I had
art
no
piece.
idea what I was
Creative
I had
genius.
to collect
Hope you're
stuff,
doing
I
good,
have to
Bree.
sharpen my weapon. What do I do? And it was actually the creators that brought me in. So ever since then, I've had such a soft spot for the creators that kind of really bring the community together and help newcomers settle in. And I think that's something that makes the Monster Monster Hunter community is so special, in my opinion, is how welcoming it is, and how in some places, you know, you might see people gatekeeping, like, oh, you can't use that weapon, that's my weapon. But here, people militantly want you to play their weapon.
Yes.
They want to tell you why their weapon is the best one and why everyone else is wrong. And that's one thing I think is really, really cool about the community. So what about you guys? What makes Monster Hunter community special to you?
Well, on that note, it's like, well, there's only one weapon that's got great in its name. Greatsword. But yeah, the community has just been something that's kept me going for, you know, past, let's say, 10, 12 years, give or take. Because I started doing community stuff with Monster Hunter Try. I did a couple videos, and then 3 Ultimate, I'd always make sure, oh, there's a new event quest, gotta get a video out, you know? But when I started doing the wiki stuff, it was all about me wanting to give back to the community, wanting to help them any way I can. If it was, you know, teaching them how to play the game or teaching them where to find stuff. And I don't know, it's just always been such a, to put it, just such a cooperative thing with everybody. All of us going towards the same goal and trying to help bring each other up.
It's kind of scary.
Help, you know, beat these big monsters.
I love that story because I really.
I think if I go to
much.
Discord, it would go black screen, right?
Especially with the
Can we
community,
try?
because I was new too. So
why was it black screen then?
back then they would have caravans, traveling, and I would go to all these caravans, and my friend brought me, and they're like, "You need to meet the community." I'm like, "Online?" They're like, "No, you just meet them in person." And they would have these caravans where you can buy things like, you know, merchandise, plushies, and stuff. It'll be at Capcom, and I would go with my 3DS, and people were just talking to each other, and I was not used to that in line, and everyone was just comparing each other's monsters, favorite weapons, and it's just that energy when you're around everyone talking about the same thing. Obviously, this amazing game, Monster Hunter, right? So everything was very interesting to me because I'm like, everyone's actually really nice. And I love that. It was almost like, it was a magnet for me, because I didn't
everyone
have
is really
that.
nice. It's a
fighting games.
stretch.
I love fighting games, but there was
well,
always
not
obviously
everyone,
fighting,
but most.
Everyone's
It's nice.
Like Kogot said, you know, everyone's working together, and I made so many friends during that caravan.
Sorry, just let me pause this for a little bit.
Much, you know,
Okay, whatever she said, everyone is really nice. I do not agree. that means that she doesn't go. She doesn't use the SOS flare at all. She doesn't play with randos at all. Because if you use SOS flare, and if you play with randoms, I assure you the experience is so much different. Because holy hell, the toxicity is so much that it's like, good God, right? Good God. I used to play with SOS flares, but because it's always like people join in, die twice, and then leave the quest. Or like people join in, die 3 times, blame the team for not healing. You know, they just spam the chat. It's like, heal. It's like, sure. Yeah, okay, sure. It is from that point onward I realized that do not use SOS flare ever again. The toxicity is too much. So good on her for not using, you know, for not playing with randoms. Just play with like maybe, I don't know if she's a streamer or anything, but play with someone that you know, or play with viewers that you know to a certain extent, you know. So that just don't play with randoms because you never know, right? It's crazy. It's crazy if you use SOS flares.
You know, started to hang out with them around the 4U days, and then it got to a point where I would be bringing my 3DS, so we would have play in our cars, and of course it would disconnect sometimes, and that'll be the worst. We'll be playing against Crimson Fatalis or something, and if someone fought, you know, just well, I'm not there anymore, so good luck, you know? And we would just have the funnest time laughing at each other. And it's just so fun. It's so fun, and like, it's actually not as serious as people make it out to be all the time. It's actually hilarious.
Yeah,
Because you see everyone panicking in these moments, and you see everyone, you know, working together and rising up. It's so awesome. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I think that
What
really
she said.
touches upon the point, which is that the Monster Hunter community is very much a super cooperative community, which really just tries to bring more people into their game, which doesn't always happen with a lot of other video games that you have out there. And it just seems like it's one of those things where if somebody has a question, usually people don't go and start making fun of them. It's usually more like, hey, try it like this. Maybe you're doing this thing wrong. Like one really good example is, for instance, heheheh. I don't know if you guys remember, heheheh made his video where he said, oh, I actually don't really like this Monster Hunter Rise thing. And the community went up to his video and showered him in comments, basically saying things like, hey, maybe you should have tried it like this. Maybe you should have tried this thing. There wasn't really a negative backlash or anything like that. And I think that is one of the most perfect examples of the community getting together to kind of just like celebrate the game and try to be as inclusive to newcomers as possible, even people who have a negative opinion on the game, which I was very impressed. Even though I was aware that because I had been creating content for the game, I was aware that the community is very positive. I would still expect like more people to come out and be like, you don't know what you're talking about or something like that. There was almost none of that, which is almost unheard of for a lot of communities, I would say. So yeah, I was very impressed.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that comes from the series kind of like having more humble beginnings in kind of like the Western territories and being a phenomenon in Japan. And I feel like anybody who got their hands on it here in the US or Europe were just super, super excited about it. They just want people to like understand, like, this game is so good, you need to get it. You need to get it. And so I think like it's just created this like groundswell of everybody like wanting people to play Monster Hunter, just to try it, just to understand it. And it's really created like a community that's super positive and welcoming. So yeah, it's really great to see.
Yeah, we had all these niche little communities, and we just want more and more people to come join us, you know. Come on, come help with this Rathalos. And, oh, you need help with that monster? I'll help you out.
Vitalist
No
and fun
worries.
shouldn't be on the same sentence for me
Keep
anyway.
getting together and growing as a family.
Hey, that's fair.
I
But
did so many Alatreon
I
lobbies.
personally
It was
enjoy
insane. Like,
difficult fights.
for like the moment
Alatreon,
Alatreon
Fatalis,
dropped, I think for the
and
next 3
soloing
weeks,
Safijiva is also
almost
really
every
fun.
other day, I was like, okay, guys,
I love doing
everybody
stuff
that
like
hasn't
that.
killed Alatreon yet, let's
I
go.
find it
Join the
very
party.
fun.
We're all coming in. It's a big Alatreon train, and we're gonna kill them a bunch of times. Everybody get your materials. It was a celebration. It was that. It was for Cult to Roth, we did the same thing. For Safijiva, we did the same thing. So it's a ton of fun.
I agree. The Latreon was crazy because that was the wall that everyone hit, and I think everyone who was streaming at the time like worked together to figure it out. And I remember that day that it launched, and I was like, I'm not sleeping. So everyone here, I'm sure you guys understand, we did not sleep until we figured it out. You know.
Yeah.
And it was crazy, and so I'll always remember that. You know, Latreon's crazy. So good point. Good point.
Thanks for that, Alatreon, as well. We appreciate you bringing the community together.
Yeah.
For the greater good. For the greater good.
And well, after you, good sir.
Before I know we're talking a little bit about like World and Rise, and you know, obviously like the series has reached like this global status where like a bunch of people are playing it and everybody knows about it. But let's wind it back a little bit. So I don't know if any of you guys, you know, played the first Monster Hunter on PS2 or played some of the games on PSP, and if you have, what was that first experience like? And if you haven't, are there any like monsters from that era that maybe like really connected with you?
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, that's where I started, PS2. And just that first Kutku that destroyed me has stayed with me, and it's become one of my favorite monsters throughout the series. Just a, you know, goofy pink chicken monster that breathes fire. I've never seen anything like that until playing Monster Hunter. And it's been fun watching that monster evolve throughout the series as it comes in, and, you know, it gets subspecies and similar species to it, like Yangaruga.
Even though I didn't play the initial games, I did watch my brother get very angry and throw his controller many times. And I do remember him getting really angry about the Kutku, which I thought, like, are you serious? And he's like, yes. And I was like, okay. So, you know, you're right. Like, seeing it evolve is very interesting to me as a spectator as well. So, that was very cool that you said that, because it did pique my interest a little bit. I think back then, even though I didn't play the game. So, yeah.
So I always hear about the Kutku and how it was a wall for a lot of players in Monster Hunter 1. I didn't really play Monster Hunter 1, but like I said earlier, I did play Freedom Unite with my friend. And one of my fondest memories was actually Gipsaros. Because Gipsaros does that thing where he plays dead, but he's actually not dead. And so my friend completely trolled me. He was like, oh yeah, he's dead, let's go carve now and whatnot. And the music stops and you're like, oh, okay, this is fine. I go up to carve and it's not working. Like, is it glitched? Do we get this? And then he just like does his thing and one-shots me. And I was like, hey, wait a minute. And my friend's just laughing himself. I was like, what the hell? What do you mean? That's not fair.
I like how they waited. They're just like, let him cook.
Let him cook.
Let him figure it out. I love that, because that's what we do too. Because we're like,
Hold on, I'm cooking.
This would be perfect, because they don't know.
That becomes kind of like a rite of passage whenever we bring a new player and we're playing some of the older games or something. It's always like, oh yeah, Gipsaros. Yeah, let's do Gipsaros. Oh yeah, he's fine. Go ahead and go get your loot. It's fine. It's all good.
I'd say for me, I joined a little bit later. I was a 3U. That was as I mentioned, my first one.
Same.
Yeah, and then quite rapidly as well, I was like, I'm gonna get into 4U, and then like 4U's when I was like, yeah, I love this franchise. Like, I really enjoyed 3U, and I was like, this is great. This game's cool. And then I jumped onto 4U, and yeah, the rest is kind of history. I was in since then, and yeah, it was really special how even between 3U and 4U, how different the games felt. You know, one thing about Monster Hunter is like each generation has a different feel to it, and some new additions and things like that was keeping the core DNA there. So you're always on your toes, always finding out fresh things, even for your favorite weapons. The identity is still there, but they play a bit different, or they have a few tricks, or what they have has changed. Like, you know, when you think, for example, between 3 to 4U and then jumping ahead and you look at the difference between like World and Rise, there's always something new, and there's always something to grow as a hunter and to try out, and that's what I found really, really fun. Yeah. You know, speaking of that era where you kind of started, John, that's also where I started as well. And honestly, it's the guides from the community and different creators that helped me really get into it. So you talked about it a little bit, but is there any like kind of key memories from that era of Monster Hunter 3DS that really resonated with you guys?
The first time jumping in the water and actually being able to swim in it, that was amazing.
There's so many memories. I can't even. I mean, Gormagala showing up, Tetsukabra, you know, fighting that, and then, you know, making all the armor sets. I think that game also hooked me. I couldn't believe how immaculate to me that game was. And it's still to this day just indented into my, I guess, memory. I even told the previous community managers it changed my life, and they're like, huh? And I'm like, no, I'm being serious. This game changed my life. And I think they kind of were like taken back by that, and I was like, no, it was my hands were bruised. That's how much I held on to my 3DS, and it was bruised on the sides, and it was I was clenching the whole time. I didn't move most of my days. I was in my bed playing, crafting, and it was just, I almost felt like I was manic. I love the game so much, and I was like, this is it. I love Monster Hunter, and I think that definitely solidified my passion the 4U days. So yeah, it's great.
I mean, Monster Hunter 4
I think the
Ultimate
pizza too
is
big.
literally the only reason why I even bought a 3DS to begin with, because I don't care about 3DS at all. Like, I usually play home console and stuff like that, but 4 Ultimate did not come out on home console, so I was like, well, I have to get this 3DS because I definitely want to be playing this game. And 4 Ultimate is still one of my favorite Monster Hunter stories. And I know that a lot of people don't really play the game for the story, it's more for the gameplay loop and all that, but the journey that you take throughout Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, from the beginning where you fight, is it the Ran or Genran? I think it's the Ran in 4 Ultimate. You fight the Ran, and I was like, this fight is awesome. You load the cannons with the bullets, and you shoot the cannons, and the whale flies over you and whatnot, and all these crazy things happen. I love that, and I've been asking since forever, please bring them back at some point. I had such hopes for Rise, to see them in Rise, but yeah, I love that introduction. And I love the progression of the story, because in For Ultimate, you actually get to visit multiple villages. So you get that feeling, because every village in Monster Hunter always has a very unique vibe to it. From the music to the NPCs that are there, to the interactions and even the quests and some of the characters that you meet while you are there. And then For Ultimate, you get to experience that feeling multiple times, which to me was really cool. And you know, even the whole thing about min-maxing your palico a little bit, and in For Ultimate, we
Maybe
also
I
got
shouldn't be-
Charge Blade for the first time, and mounting for the first time. So I was even playing Insect Glaive because I just wanted to mount all the time, because I thought, oh, this mechanic is so cool. And just like stabbing at the monster while he's like wildly trying to get you off and whatnot. It was.
You remember the pizza cutter thing?
Oh yeah.
I just remember seeing that for the first time, because you're just like grouping up with people and you're like, is that pizza? And then for me, I was shocked, and I was like, oh, what weapon is that? Do I get pizza? And I had a hammer. Of course, we're not gonna have a pizza. So I was like, oh, I need to try that weapon. It didn't click with me at the time, but it looked cool. They had really cool weapons, you know, styles and everything that made me laugh a lot too. So yeah.
Kind of janky weapons.
I believe that the first corn popper was Freedom Unite, if I'm not mistaken. And so we also had the corn popper.
Corn popper.
Yeah, it's just a big, it's just a big piece of corn, which, interestingly enough, in Monster Hunter Rise was like one of the best gun lances in the game.
Oh man, that sounds cool. I did not. Yeah, I need to play that weapon now. Corn popper.
Play gun lance.
Weapons are so funny. So many
Maybe
different
I'll
designs.
try
Hey, it's
to-
always good to go back, you know. Yeah.
It's like when I first saw the tuna greatsword. I was like, "Hey, it's
Yeah.
an ice elemental greatsword." No, I'm holding an actual spear tuna by the nose and swinging it at monsters. And then for like hammer, you get this teddy bear that you beat people with.
Yeah.
This is perfect. I love
Hmm.
this.
So
Yeah,
if
the
I
range of
combine
weapons,
them-
you got your serious kind of weapons, you got the cool looking weapons, more traditional ones, and then obviously you've got like the comedy weapons almost. Like, I think, is it you can get a couple of mugs of beer or some other beverage, and I think, is it World?
For dual blades. For dual blades,
dual
yeah.
blades.
I think
And you
it's
get the Dargo dual blades in Rise. Like, yeah, there's a load of cool weapons.
Looking at
Sword
this
and
is
Shield,
making
though,
me want to
were
play
quite
Monster
helpful,
Hunter.
Mostly. I did get my Zenoga Sword and Shield in Rise though. 'cause I do
Hey,
like
I
the
could play some
growls
Monster
when you
Hunter
bring it out.
World afterwards, because why not?
And kind of talking of that, obviously we've touched on about how we got into Monster Hunter, whether that's friends, family, content creators, or looking for a challenge. And during all that time
Oh,
in the early
hand
days,
tracking is not working
for many, it
again.
was kind of seen as kind of a niche
I
game.
think it's just
almost. And then
ZBrush
all
eats
of
too
that
much
changed
resources,
with a little game
especially when I
called
spin
Monster-
around.
Oh, what? So how was that for you, seeing this
Been grinding
game
away
that
in
you
some Monster
love
Hunter World
and this
actually.
community that you've been a part of
Nice.
and kind of
I
nurtured for so
I
long suddenly
grind
kind of
I grind Monster
really
Hunter
go
World
global?
too
How
much back
was that?
then. I think
How
I
was it?
have shit
It was insane. 'cause I
1300
was at
hours
that
on Monster
E3,
Hunter World.
And normally it's like, okay, we'll
It's
have
like it's
one
like my
community
most played
manager there.
game.
We had
next
all
to
of them
Ark Survival
on staff there
Evolved.
that day, and tons of the content creators there, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
this
let
is
me
a
just
big
log
thing.
in real
We've got
quick.
this big, huge statue of Rathalos
There.
looking up at that, and I'm like, this isn't just the niche little fandom that I had.
Oh yeah, no,
before.
it's not even
this
it's not
is
even 1300.
Monster
It's
Hunter
just 1200.
worldwide.
Oh,
And
sorry, I'm
just
blocking it.
being there with everybody was so cool, and
There.
meeting people that
The
been with the series for a
1240.5
while,
hours.
just getting
It's
into
not
it. You
even
have
13
all kinds
hours.
of people that aren't used
But
to the series.
I
come up and
like
be
the game a lot.
What is
It's
this
great.
big monster here? And it's like, well, this is a Rathalos.
It's making me want to play
He's
it.
one of the main flagships of this game series, and being able to tell them about it, and then actually getting to see the gameplay and it's not flat world anymore. It's all these massive landscapes and being able to track the monsters
Also,
around
1,000
and
hours is pretty
actually feel
impressive.
like you're hunting them was it's insane.
It's hard for me to put a lot of this stuff into words, to be quite honest, because when I saw the words Monster Hunter on my screen, when they made the announcement, I felt my whole body, bumps everywhere. I was goosebumps. I almost wanted to tear up. I screamed in my house. I remember the day. I was like, Monster Hunter is coming through PlayStation. I still feel it. Like, I remember who was around me. I remember the moment, and I was like, this is going to be crazy, because it was always on handheld for me. So to be able to play on my, PS4, nuts. And I was like, this is it. Everyone has to play now. Everyone has to. So I remember the trail of Twitter posts I was making. I was like, so it's time for you guys all to play now. You have no excuse. It's on PS4. You're going to have a demo. That means a demo. So when the demo came out, it was over. I was playing that nonstop. I didn't sleep. It was awesome. And I could slide down, with my hammer and boop. I was just, it was great.
Any fantasy
Anyway, moving
games?
on.
Not too
I
sure.
loved it. All of it.
So
I'm still
to me,
finding
that was
games
so
that
meaningful
has
that I actually
dragons in
don't
it and I
remember a
want to
single other
play.
thing that was announced during that E3. It was just like, no, whatever. It's Monster Hunter is finally coming. Because the thing was, I had covered Monster Hunter in my channel before the announcement of World, but it was always like one of those things where I couldn't really dedicate as much time as I wanted to it, because one of the things about content creation is about timing, right? And so Monster Hunter games before that were out in Japan, and then 1 year later they would come to the West. And by then, most of the really, dedicated content creators would buy the Japanese version, and they would somehow manage to interpret what was going on in the game. And I was like, I can't do that. I don't know. I can't try out the game in Japanese. It's just really weird to me. I can't play it like that. So when I realized that this one was going to have a worldwide release, I was like, oh my God, I've been waiting for this for so long. I've been wanting to cover. So instantly, just video after video telling people about how amazing this game is, and we all need to play this game. This is going to be insane. And it was that. And then the moment the demo came out was when it all came together, because I was like, up until that point, you don't really know what the gameplay feels like. Because Monster Hunter has this texture to it, to the way that it plays, the way that each move feels, and where you hit the monster and all of that. And with the more, let's say, more fluid animations that we're seeing for Monster Hunter World and all, a lot of people were
Also,
questioning
would
themselves, is it still going
you
to
use
feel
the
like
Kirin
Monster
as an
Hunter?
Eastern Dragon
And when we
avatar?
finally get our hands
I
on the
usually
beta,
just
it's
use my
like,
own creation
yes,
as my
it still
avatar.
feels like
I
it's so good.
decided to not
And
use the other.
completely
I decided not to
insanity from
use
there.
other
I
people's
was completely
space.
addicted. I put in over
I just want to
way
have a
over
bit of
100 hours in
a
that demo. Checked out every single weapon. Did
unique
runs where we were killing all of the
feel
monsters
to
that
it.
were just there that you
I
weren't even
mean, not
supposed
saying
to
that
kill,
people
like
using
Chase
bases are not
Rathalos,
unique.
'cause he
It's just that
shows up,
it's my
and
personal
chase after,
preferences.
Anjanath when he shows up. And there was even a rare monster that wouldn't always show up, which was Puke Puke, I think. So there was a chance that the Puke Puke would spawn in the map, but it would only do it once every 100 times or something ridiculous like that. So everybody was running through the beta over and over and over, trying to see if they could get the Puke Puke to spawn.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things about World also, and Iceborne, getting to Iceborne, is that it was the first kind of free title update and expansion that was all happening for a Monster Hunter title. So it was the game launched, and then it was a longer term relationship with the game, honestly, several years of playing, and people are still playing today. So I think that's one of the cool things, is that, being able to go along for the ride, see all the monsters revealed with the different events and whatnot. I think that was just really cool to see. And I know the team really loves, the monster reveals and seeing everybody's reactions. So yeah, anytime we see your guys' reactions, we're always making sure that the team in Japan knows about it as well.
The changing of the gathering hub was also fantastic. The way that it would completely change whenever there was a new event, hey, here's the spring event, completely different gathering hub, and it would always bring the community together, because everybody wanted to go farm the special events that would be available at any given time to get all the special timed rewards and whatnot. I thought that was an absolute blast. And even when the sieges would come and, again, the community would just jump back in and everybody would be grinding stuff. It was really cool. And another really cool aspect was the fact that the lobbies would actually hold more players. So you would constantly have like a bunch of players in your lobby and different people running different things. It was just such a good time.
I love that. Yeah, like the 16 people, player lobbies was nuts. And being able to take pictures, I mean, I loved taking pictures with everyone because, being able to do that, capture those memories with everyone.
Just too straight.
And also having all the hunts be faster. So you can get your weapons, and if you don't want to hunt that monster, you can go somewhere else.
But it's
to the
pretty
other
straight
side
here.
and someone's hunting. So I loved how fluid everything was, and I think also cooking the steaks a lot faster. It's just everything was perfect, and it felt like a challenge. Like every time you played the monsters that came out, it was a challenge. And it brought a little bit of a good stress. I think I really love that. I was like, oh man. This one's gonna be hard, guys. I guess we're not sleeping tonight, and that's one of our favorite things to say to each other. Like, are you prepped for this? Did you shower? Did you fry some snacks?
Oh my god.
Do you have 2 different waters? You can't like 2 different drinks. You have to have water and something else. So we would prep each other. It's just so funny because it's like when a new one, a new monster comes out for the free title updates. It's just all that stuff. You prep each other too. So it's awesome. It was awesome. I love those days. And we have them again, We still have them again. People are still going, coming back to World.
Oh, yeah.
I am. So it's awesome. I love it.
Yeah, I loved always seeing the big gathering halls just full of people, We'd have people on one side playing, just, at the, what was it, like a little hot spring. They'd just be hanging out in there. You'd have people doing the arm wrestling. And it was great as a streamer because you could have just different groups of people be like, all right, we completed this quest, let's shuffle the next group in. And you just constantly be working together towards stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome. And, you've all actually touched on kind of our next topic, which is kind of favorite memories from World and Iceborne. And, for me, it kind of starts quite humble with having more of my friends actually come into Monster Hunter and playing through with them and grinding and farming with them. But then I found that I was getting experiences that actually really got my heart pumping. Obviously talking about title updates and, Alatreon, which I absolutely love. Because I'm a sword and shield, so I use elemental weapons anyway. So, I was right at home.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing with that, having that, you had to kind of hit that damage limit before the Nova attack. And you think you're close, but you don't know. And it's going to do it soon. Is it Eschaton Judgment, I think?
Eschaton Judgment, yeah.
And I'm like, are we there? Have we got the horn yet? And you can hear like the heartbeat kind of go in, and then your heartbeats go in. And the first time we beat that was just an incredible feeling. Like Fatalis was great as well. Fatalis was insane, but just the kind of pressure I felt in that hunt, and then the kind of the nostalgic music playing at the end as well when you do take down Alatreon, that was really, really, really special. And as a Sword and Shield user, I felt validated that my elemental set was so good.
I just personally feel like when I first beat Fatalis, I had tears in my eyes. It took me 6 days of constant practice.
Vampy, do you want to go? Because I have mine.
The most memorable thing about World?
The most memorable thing that happened to you while you were playing World?
Oh. This is really hard, guys. Like, there's so many things.
I know, right? That's why I have trouble with it.
Like, I have to say Alatreon, because when it came out, I was like, okay, how is this going to be different? How is it going to be different to hunt? And also, being a hammer user, everyone was counting on me every time I streamed. Can you break this for me? Can you break? And of course, you don't want to let them down. You're like, yeah, I got you. So I had to practice. So I definitely remember, a lot of the community would come into my streams like, can you break this for me? Break that for me? Especially during that time. And I was giving myself a lot of stress. I was like, you better break it. The first part, you better break it. So I had to be exact with everything I was doing. So when it first came out, I think I slept at like 8 in the morning. I had some people come in, previous, friends of mine in the community, and they're like, did you sleep yet? And I'm like, no, We haven't beaten it yet. I will not
Ugh.
sleep. And
Ugh.
you shouldn't make promises in the beginning of a stream. I recommend don't do that because you're not gonna rest. But that was definitely one of my most memorable because when we did finally beat him, it was with the people that I hunted the most because we worked very well together. So we can synchronize and we trusted each other, that we knew our weapons very well. And I think that's one of the main things is working with a team that knows their weapon and knows timing. And being able to have that, camaraderie with friends is awesome. So yeah, same then.
So it'd be easy to also go after Alatreon. So I'm going to mention two other things that were extremely memorable for me. So one of the first ones was one of the first times I interacted with Basilgoose, which ends up being my
Basilgoose?
favorite monster, particularly the seething variant
Let's
that we
go
got with Iceborne.
Basilgoose.
That's my favorite monster of all time. Easy, because I'm all about explosions and he's all about explosions. But the really cool thing was that he would just jump into
It's
your
Beetlejuice.
hunts and be the
Everyone
most
knows that.
annoying creature ever. You'd be. I was fighting. I think one of the first times I was high rank fighting a Radabon in what was it called? I forget the name of the actual. The place where Radabon hangs out. You guys know what I'm talking about,
Rotten
right?
Vale?
Yeah. Rotten Vale.
Must
So
have been
I'm
just
in
as
there, and I'm
satisfying to
fighting
do
Radabon,
so.
and he comes
Such a
in and he
difficult
starts
fight.
dropping,
Yeah.
his bombs. And I was like,
And then when
"What's
proof of
this?"
the
And
proof
then
of
I
the
exploded by
hero
mistake, and it
kicks in,
explodes in
my
face. And I was like,
goosebumps are
"What's going on?" And then he
everywhere. It's
drops
so
in,
good.
I was like, "What is this? What's going on?" And then he leaves, and I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I continue fighting Radabon, and
That's
after
so
a
high,
while, he comes in and
Cheesecake.
does the same thing again. And
I
was
don't
like,
know
"No,
if
no,
I
no, no,
greeted
no,
you
no, no,
before.
no."
I
So
forgot.
I chase him all over the map.
Okay,
You're not
doing good.
supposed to fight him at that point, but I just chase him all over the map, and I fight him for I don't know for how long I fought him, but I caught
Okay,
it.
this
I
is
think
not
I
too
caught it
straight.
3 times to him, and I lost the quest because I was just like, forget Radabon, I need to kill him because he's so annoying. So like that rivalry, I was super excited about that. That's one of my favorite memories, and the other one was actually a collaboration. Extremoth, if you guys remember Behemoth, but like the extreme version of him,
Mm.
because that required so much coordination that I had to like bring in my previous expertise from MMO rating, and I was like, okay guys, here's what we're gonna do. When he does Charybdis, everybody that has the thing under you, you have to go to one of the corners of the map, you have to drop your tornado in the corner of the map, then you come back. I was playing Sword and Shield for that. I made a build that was all about like wide range, healing, speed eating, whatever was the thing that made you sometimes not consume your consumables.
Yeah.
I forget what the name of the skill is, but I had
Premium
all of those
OP.
things going, and the idea was everybody in my lobby, you never have to heal. You never have to worry about that. All you got to do is deal damage, okay?
Yeah.
And I know exactly when I want the mount, so I will do the mounting when it needs to be done. I will do everything, and it was amazing because it was such a thing that required so much coordination, and it took a tremendous amount of time to actually do, and it was a ton of fun to go through and do that fight. I loved it.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, when you're talking about it, I visually was seeing like how everything mapped out because I never used my radial. I usually just craft everything.
Oh, wow.
That was the first time I actually used it. I was like, oh, I have to like have that jump mechanic, So I had to put on the bottom of my radial, and I was like, okay, do the the healings and all that stuff. It's just crafting on the spot, So that was definitely one of them that I had to use.
You were using the Dragoon jump to escape the meteor?
Yeah.
No, I was always hiding behind the rock.
It's all timing, and I think that's one of the things too, like, to learn it, right? Like, so well that you know the time, right? Like, everything's timing. And especially with those kind of monsters, you're like, okay, better count. So we're counting too. It was really crazy. I was like, what? I felt insane. I think that hunt, I definitely felt like an insane
Something
person.
about this just doesn't
But
look
also,
right.
you wanted the armor set. It's beautiful.
Oh,
Gorgeous.
yeah.
I felt
Like
so
I said,
cool.
I
And
think
you
I
can
just
change the
lost all
colors
my
and
art
everything. I was
sense.
like,
I just cannot even
look at
see it
me.
now.
Like, every time you go into, like the Gathering Hub and you have a new set, you always feel like in 4U where you could like change the color.
So fancy.
I know, you just feel so cool. Like, oh, I have it. You don't have it? Like,
Oh, that's
oh, you don't have it.
oh, right there. Oh man, too bad. I guess I got
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'm good, I guess.
Stream life.
Love that. No, but it was fun. It was fun.
At the same time, a lot of us would be like, "Oh, you don't have that? Well, come on, let's go get it."
That's true.
Make our friends.
That's true.
Let's help do them.
It was a lot of fun. It was really good times.
No doubt. Did we circle back around to you
I
for
think
your?
for me, what impacted me the most was when Iceborne came out and we got near the end of it, and all of a sudden, here's the general showing up. Hey Hunter, we need you. It's like, there's more story? You guys are adding more? And the whole nostalgia wave of going back and having to fight Fatalis again, it's like, I get to teach you this lesson again, old man. Here we go. And I just loved how much it was still the same, yet different at the same time. It's like a lot of the old strategies still worked. It's still Fatalis, but they changed it so much with Iceborne, and just, again, how much this series evolves through time. It's crazy, and it just really moved me hearing the music again. And you'd get those goosebumps. You're like, yep, this is it again. This is why I'm hooked on this series.
And when you get Proof of a Hero, when you get him low enough and Proof of a Hero kicks in, it almost brings tears to your eyes. Oh, let's go. He's down. We gotta get him.
Every time anyone talks about anything, I'm just my face. I feel like getting hot because I'm like, I know how you feel, and that's the coolest thing. Like, I mean, anytime someone tells their story, you can feel a little bit of yourself in that moment, with them. So it's awesome.
I just love how it's obvious the team definitely thinks about what they add to the game.
Yeah.
And everything they do, even with the collaboration quests they do. It's not just, yep, here's an outfit from this game. With World, they added new quest lines and really made you feel like part of their world as well as part of Monster Hunter.
Yeah. Honestly, when Proof of a Hero hits in that Fatalis fight, I feel like my brain just like hits like a weird, like, I don't know, a weird level where I'm just like, nothing else matters. And I think I've made some mistakes in that hunt at the end because I've just stopped thinking at that point. It's too crazy.
I mean, on my first solo kill, by the end, I was actually playing Sword and Shield, and I was just like mashing circle, like, just die. There was like 10 seconds left. Just die, please, just die.
And you don't know when because you're just moving back and forth, and it's not very obvious because you're in contained area. You're like, you gonna die?
For me, it amps me up. Like, that music hits, and I'm standing up now, playing the game. Like, come on, let's go.
The lean in.
Playing the game standing up?
It was
Hell
hard,
yeah.
though, man. Like, Fatalis is hard, but that was rough. Yeah, that was a rough one, for sure, but very fun. And he looked amazing. Oh my god. Just to see him that way, I was like, dang, what?
Fatalis is
Like,
looking
I remember
hot.
You're like, that is real tiny. Like, you would fly over me, like, in that lava area, so
I think
it's
I
very
messed up here
interesting to see
too
him that
much.
big.
Right
So-
here, I got it too close, and now it's just
moving on
having
from,
this kind of
from World
effect
and
on it.
Iceborne. Obviously, that's such a huge topic. It's really tough to. But keep yeah, we could keep chatting for forever. I want to touch on Monster Hunter Stories, which we just recently announced that Monster Hunter Stories 1 is coming back to modern platforms, which is really exciting.
So this
But
one here. Let me try
have
to
you
add the
guys
back
played
as well.
either of the two Stories games? I mean, we both Jono and I think we've already talked about some of our memories in the pre-show. We both love those games and the different like kind of turn-based RPG style it brings to the series. But how about you guys?
Oh yeah, I played them. Like, when I first saw them, it was their predecessor. There was this arcade machine in Japan called Monster Hunter Spirits, and they'd have all these little baby designs of monsters. I was like, those are really cute. I really want those. And then seeing them bring it over to consoles, change it to Monster Hunter Stories, I was like, yep, this is what I want. I love these kind of games. And just the characters really grab me. I know Naviero is not for everyone, but I absolutely adore him. Really excited first game's coming back because not many people have experienced that story, and it gives so much backstory on him, and it will make you love him. Just the story, the narrative, and the gameplay is great because you're actually getting to fight with these monsters that you've known and loved over the years, and just forming that bond with them is so cool.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that when I initially started getting into the Monster Hunter series,
Thunder,
being
holy
able to
shit.
play with others, but my first love is RPG.
My whole house
just
is
those
shaking.
turn-based style games. So having that style of game for Monster Hunter
It's been so
introduced to me,
since we
you
had
know,
Thunder
and being
here.
able to play it is just two of the best worlds together for me. Seeing it very cute in
think
that
it's too
way,
much.
chibi, and also like their story, and also like my friends, getting my friends who are RPG nerds like that, the turn-based style, getting them into it was really easy. They're like, oh, why do you always play Monster Hunter? What are these monsters? I don't understand anything. And even though they don't like the other kind of game style, they could play this, and they thoroughly enjoyed this. So the stories was perfect for every kind of person that, you know, that I could talk to about Monster Hunter. And they eventually learned all the monsters too. So when I would stream the other games, they were like, oh, so that's Rathalos. And I'm like, what? And I'd never heard them talk about Monster Hunter before. So it was just kind of cool but weird at the same time. Like, oh, yeah, sure. Then that means you have to play in other games now. So they liked it too. They loved it. So I loved it. They loved it, and it's pretty awesome that for me, seeing it in that way was really cute and fun. So yeah, I'm excited for it.
I got to see Legiacris again after so
How do you
long.
pronounce that?
I've missed
Legiacris?
Legiacris for so long because, like, like I said, I started with
Legiacris.
5, even though it didn't really
I
click
always
with me.
thought it's like
still had fond memories of
Lagiacris.
that mission where you jump into the water and there's Legiacris just being super menacing and whatnot. So being able to see him in that game and actually have him on my team was really cool. But ultimately, just being able to actually ride a Basel Goose around.
Basel
like, oh,
Goose?
this is so awesome. and the cool thing is also that you fight alongside the monsters. And so, you know, I would also be wyvern firing because you guys actually put gun lance as one of the weapons, because I don't think all of the weapons were in there. So the fact that we had gun lance, I was like, yes, gun lance, and you can actually wyvern fire alongside the monsties. It was just an absolute blast. I loved it. And the ultimate attack that we could do with the Basilgus was also freaking amazing. So it's like, I was like me and my boy Basil going all over the place, killing all of the other monsties and whatnot. And yeah, it was perfect. Love
Any game where you can befriend Kazu, I think is great in my book.
Kazu. We love Kazu.
Is that your favorite?
Oh no, but
It's okay. I was wondering.
but he has the best theme. You gotta admit. I mean,
Oh yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
That OST. Yeah, the headphones just
That
explode.
OST.
Did you say the OST? Oh yeah.
Headphones just
Love that.
explode. I love them.
I'm
I'm a fan.
Dude,
I love
Kazu
Kazu.
theme
You raised a
would
good point that
destroy
we've
your
actually
base,
revealed
I'm
our
telling
favorite
you.
monsters yet. So as you brought up the
You better
topic,
lower down your
would
bass
you
when
like
you're
to
listening to
start?
Oh,
Kazu's theme.
You know, Brachydios. You know, when I first saw him, I was like, what is he doing in there? You know, the lava area and for you, I was like, what is his head doing? And he just blow things up. You know, like Basilgeese, right? He would just blow things up at the same time. I'm like, what is this? But I loved he was actually very cute to me. Even though he was like causing destruction, I was like, this guy's adorable.
Brachiodos
And
is very
I think
adorable.
Guildmarm helped in that. You know, she kept talking about him and made me obsessed too. And I was like, he's pretty interesting. She kind of brainwashed me, you know. So I really liked Bragdia. So that's my favorite monster.
Mine has kind of evolved over the years since, you know, I started with the beginning, and just the love of Kutku lasted quite a long time. Then finally Generations came out, and I see Gamoth on this big, beautiful elephant, and fell in love with her. And then now we've got Malzeno, and I just absolutely love the vampire vibes of him, and color scheme, and just everything clicks with me.
Malzeno is perfect.
Yeah. Those are awesome, but again, to me, it's seething Basel Goose. I mean, he literally jumps up in the air, drops a bunch of bombs, and then
Oh my god, this is a
nuclear
fucking
explosion in the middle of the map. Gorgeous, love it. Can't get enough of it.
You're like, I'm a simple man.
Malzeno's theme, of
Exactly.
course.
I like explosions. You know how they say cool guys don't look at explosions? That's not me.
I feel that though. I feel that. I see it every time someone talks about their favorite monster and just that one. I know them already. I'm like, okay.
Yep.
I see what you like. I see what you like. Cool.
I forgot about this.
How about you,
Well,
Joey?
yeah, I'm a Devil Joe fan. I have to. It's my name is in it.
Oh, you like
But also,
Pickle.
yeah, I love the pickle. You know, it's got like the tiny arms, so it's it just invades right in. You know, just completely destroys whatever hunt that you're doing. Which I love that. It's just like the unpredictability, and also it's just got so much charm. You know, it's just like this.
Do you remember the pickles that they used to sell? You ever see those? They at the caravan they sold Devil Joe pickles. It was really. I still have it, which is kind of gross, but I still have the thing.
What do you mean, gross?
I was like, why? But then I bought it. I was like, what?
How many years ago now?
I don't want to remember because I didn't look at it either. I said, I don't know, it's kind of gross. But anyway, yeah. But Devil Joe, yeah, I think he's the Devil Joe. His character, we could talk about this for the whole stream, but like Devil Joe's character is very interesting. Like you want to troll him.
Yeah.
Like he's not very serious to me. He's just like there, and he's
just hungry all the time.
I've never stared at him. I'm just like, okay, come over here. Like that. But yeah.
But
Pickle's just
before we end up on
vibing.
the mythology of whether or not Devil Joe eats his own tail or not. But, my favorite monster, and I'm not copying you, I swear, is Brachydios as well. It's blue, first of all, and I'm quite fond of that color. Explosions, like early on in my Monster Hunter tenure, I really kind of liked slime weapons. I loved explosions and blasts, but not to the level of gun lance appreciators. Obviously, they like big explosions, and obviously what we now know as the blast status. And I just love its music.
That looks
I
wrong.
love how it fights. I love how it looks. It's raw. And then obviously in Iceborne with Raging Brachy, like normally when a monster's nearly done, it's limping away, it's going to sleep, but Raging Brachy's like, oh no, I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck in here with me. And
Yeah,
then
Raging
creates that
Brachy
feeling
changes the
neither of you are
theme, and
leaving
it's like
until the other's
goosebumps again.
fallen. And I just think that's like one of the most badass things I've seen.
Hell yeah.
It just flips the end of a hunt on its head, and things get even harder for you. You know, you've slogged against this giant Brachy for ages, and it's not done with you yet. So yeah, I've got to be another one for the big blue monster. I kind of talking as well. I know obviously Kogath mentioned Malzeno. Obviously, Rise and Sunbreak, the most recent Capcom Monster Hunter releases. Like for me, like talking about my favorite parts of that is I've never played so many different weapons in a Monster Hunter game than I did Rise and Sunbreak. And for me, that would be the different switch scrolls and switch scroll swap and the Silkbind attacks. I loved they introduced Shield Bash and Metsu Shurigeki for the Sword and Shield, which I loved. They made the switch axe into this aerial menace. Like no other title made me explore so many weapons, and I love it for that. What about you guys? What were your highlights of
We
Rise
need
and
more
Sunbreak?
Toby Kanachi. True.
Honestly, I really
Toby's cute.
liked I forget what we called them now, but that base defense little mini game we had.
Rampage.
Rampage, that's it. I just thought it was cool because it was something different. It's like, yes, we're still hunting the monsters, but we're on defense, not on offense this time. We're not going to their home, they're coming to our home. Yeah, just the story of that game really hit me too, especially as they added the rampages, following along with the story and how, you know, following Narwa and Ibushi, and just how they interacted with the NPCs was really cool.
I
That
will
was
simp
definitely a lunch date
Malzeno
that,
forever.
I'd say you should remember, but Ibushi probably won't.
Now, like further in the Sunbreak, when they added the ability to hunt with the NPCs, I thought that was great. That's just something I've been wanting for a long time, because a lot of times I'll play solo if I'm not streaming or I have friends online, and then I still have that camaraderie with the NPCs, and some of them are unpredictable. You know, I never know when they're going to shoot me in the back of the head while I'm trying to go after a monster, or sometimes they'll just run off and you're like, what are they doing? And then here they come riding in on a monster. It's like, I love this. This is perfect.
I really like the theme of the whole game. It's just very different from what I was used to anyway, especially vastly different from World and Iceborne. being able to get to know the NPCs was very interesting too, because they had a lot of personality. Like they always had personality, but like a lot
No
more
way.
in this
My
game.
hand already
and
hurts.
also, I do agree with the trying new weapons. I actually tried all of the weapons in this one and played all of the weapons as this one as much as possible, more than generally what I would just use hammer or hunting horn or something. Also, being able to guess the next monsters, I think, is always really fun. So Shagru Magala, Gore Magala, Astalos, you know, that was freaking me out because I was like, oh, this is crazy. Like seeing them come back and, you know, I kind of guessed it was Gore, but then, I mean, everyone was doing their guessing game online. So seeing them again was very exciting, especially if you're like playing for you a lot in those games and generations. You're like, oh, they're back. That's really cool. And of course, everyone ate a lot of dango. And then, you know, that was really fun because everyone's like, I'm full of dango again. And we always made jokes about that. They're like, what are you eating today? Oh, dango? Like, what else do you think I'm eating? And also the little tiny Tetsukabra. That was really cute, seeing that in there. So I think they put a lot of like thought into all of the ideas into that game, especially for fans. So I really enjoyed it.
I mean, I feel like I've already revealed this in some other video that we did a while back, but like one of my favorite moments was when I unlocked Blast Dash, because I was just in the training area, and then suddenly I realized, wait, I can chain this move? So I'm like, Blast Dash, and then I Blast Dash in the opposite direction, and you can do it like 3 times in a row. And I was like, wait, what? I can basically fly. That was even a meme that people made where there was, because we had the wire bugs, right? So people were saying that normal users normal players of Monster Hunter Rise were like Spider-Man, and Gunlance players were like Iron Man because we were flying around with the gun.
Very true.
That was so much fun, and the tremendous amount of play styles that it unlocked for Gunlance, where you had at the beginning of Rise, you had like stake spam because you could basically just constantly do the worm stake, and then you would do guard reload and then worm stake again, and then you had different playstyles with full burst, and it was crazy. Like just the amount of playstyles that the game unlocked for any given weapon was completely insane, which was one of my favorite aspects of it. I did play a ton of different weapons as well, but as per usual, I settled on the Gunlance, and once we got to Sunbreak, they even gave us the Bullet Barrage, which is like, you just unload all the Gunlance things at once, and you Blast Dash into the monster. And naturally, you know, Gunlance mains all had to come up with a way, we need to just do this skill non-stop. So just get all the things that synergize with quick wire bug recovery and Bullet Barrage, Bullet Barrage, Bullet Barrage. Sick.
Yeah, I may have picked up Gunlance because of your videos on that. Once I saw the Bullet Barrage, I'm like, I'm in. So I had to quite a bit with the Gunlance. It's pretty incredible.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, like talking of the monsters, actually, obviously, you know, you mentioned obviously like the themes. Obviously, we got the yokai, and then you've kind of got folklore monsters in Sunbreak, and you know, even me, I love Gore Magala as well. It's probably like top 3 monster for me. And seeing it come back, and I remember when the trailer came out, it's like, is that a Gosarag variant? And then no, Gore Magala comes out of nowhere. And like, yeah, Gosarag as well, like, this monster, when it stuns you, get a unique
My
animation
hand
where
already
it slowly
hurts.
drags its ice blade up to you.
Maybe I
and
should
things
start
like that.
slow, but
and then
this is
obviously,
just
I
weird
can't
to
get
me.
this quest out of my head. I can't remember.
I
the
didn't
names
think
of
my
it, but
hand's
when
gonna hurt
Curio are
that
kind of
quickly.
at their highest strength, Guys of Gorm is on the horizon, and you go into the Citadel, and everything is gone. There's no spirit birds, there's no endemic life, there's no small monsters. You even see the corpses of large monsters. There's no music. It's silent, and I've not experienced anything like that in a Monster Hunter game. A narrative has caught me off guard. So that was quite something. And I really wanted to talk about it, like once I played through it, like when the game was out, but I couldn't because I wanted other people to have that experience and that surprise.
Stinky.
Like, what kind of thing, whether it's a favorite monster from Rise and Sunbreak or a favorite moment like that, what would you say really stood out to you?
Yeah, definitely that moment you described. 'Cause it
Long,
reminded me almost
long
of, like, Resident
exclamation
Evil. You're like,
fart.
everything around
We
me
love
is
those.
dead. Everything is gone. What is going on? Yeah, just that moment was insane. I just, as you said, I've never experienced something like that with Monster Hunter, where it's just all of a sudden the ecosystem is gone. Because we've always kind of had that living, breathing world, and just to have it vanish.
I'm gonna say that too because I was streaming that moment actually, and I felt like almost confused because I was like, is this where it's going later? I don't know. I mean, we're not going to speculate other games or whatever, but
Okay,
that tone is something that kind of was a bit overwhelming for me because I'm not used to that at all. We're not used to that feeling, that eeriness. And I think that, you know, that was well translated. I mean, huge props to the devs like doing that because I think it also kind of like created a few more new wrinkles in my brain to think about, okay, what's the future going to hold in the other titles, you know what I mean? So I'm always thinking like, okay, they know how to do that very well. So, you know, but of course, you know, the themes, I love Gosrog. I think that is definitely my favorite from that game. And fighting that monster, I think it's just so much fun.
Pew,
so, yeah.
pew. Stretch that bull.
So one of my favorite moments, I mean, maybe it's my Portuguese blood or something, but it's when we see the scene with the ship, and the captain is in there, and they're getting ready for the final assault, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, we're gonna fight on the ship. This is gonna be amazing. And unfortunately, that wasn't the case. But still, having the ship there, and that moment where I think he throws a rock or something, and the admiral is just standing there, doesn't even move. And then Luchika goes in real quick with the gun, shoots the rock out, but the admiral doesn't even flinch because he's ready for war. We're going in. The friggin' the cannons, were they the Dragonator cannons or whatever it was, that then when you're fighting guys in Magorm, you can actually call them in and they just shoot this explosive Dragonator that starts detonating all over the place. Like, I love that moment. That moment was
I actually cut
absolutely
one, got the middle
amazing.
slot.
It's not my favorite fight. I still like the fight a lot. If I had to say a favorite fight, it's probably going to be Volstrax. Like, Volstrax in that game is really good. And especially some of the... What was that? There was one of the hazard quests or something at the end of Rise where the laser would just one-shot you. And there's even sometimes a moment where maybe you'll cart and then you're jumping back into that new map. And the second that you land, he's just like, I see. The laser to the face instantly.
The panic. I just remember panic all the time. Yeah.
Distracts, yeah.
Yeah, for me, I really like Violet Mizutsune, which has a really like interesting like spirit bomb type move. So you're kind of just like staring up at that and trying to like add as much damage as you can. And if that thing hits you, it's all over. So that one in particular is a favorite for me. Another one, a memory
I'm just gonna make it
Koga,
flat here.
is fighting Flaming Espinas.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah. We
want to hear this.
We were trapped in a room. Not trapped. We were in a room playing basically for an entire day. A TGS demo build. So the difficulty is tweaked, just to be like a little bit tougher. And the you don't have your set and everything, so you're not so comfy. But we basically hunted for an entire day. I think we carted like over, I don't know. What do you think, Kogath? Like 20 times?
Oh, more than that.
That's awesome. That's so cool that you guys shared that together.
That event, we had multiple TGS builds of various Capcom games around. We had Street Fighter. What else was there?
Yeah.
All that us was Monster Hunter and beating Flaming Esp.
Sounds about right. It's like gotta beat it.
Yeah, we did not move. We were hooked. We were locked in until we got it. Yeah, and we finally did get it. And then I went back and I told the team how many tries it took us, and they were very happy. So they loved hearing that it was really tough.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome.
On release of Flaming Espinas, there's a really fun story because I would always make these very defensive gunland sets so that I could be super comfortable when I was fighting. So the moment that I'm fighting Flaming Espinas, because, I had seen the trailer and all that, I'm sitting there with my big set, and he's coming in with his big nuke that even, starts posturing. The one that one-shots everybody, right? He's coming in with that big nuke. And I could easily Superman dive that, but I was like, nah. My exact words were, I can block this 100%.
Oh, you're one of those. I'm like,
I
was
can
like
tank
super
this.
arrogant, just like, I can block this 100%. And he just like, boom, dead. I was like, oh, okay. I guess not. Never mind.
that's why I try not to talk anymore, because I'm just like, oh, man, I always get, that's like a clip right there, but that's cool. I know the feeling. Oh, man.
Well, I think between all of us, there's been so many good memories with the series, whether we've been playing for the full 20 years or 10 years. So before we wrap up, let's go around the horn. Any closing comments on the 20th anniversary? Kogat, I'll start with you.
Well, as I keep saying, I've been here since the beginning, and it's just so weird to think, when I started playing, I was 18. Now I'm pushing 40. It's like I've grown with this series and been such a big part of it. Seen so many different people come through, so many new monsters, and every game just astounds me every time. And I'm really curious what the series will grow into. Just the leaps and bounds we've made going from the 3DS games to World, then Rise. It's like, what's next? I can't wait. And it's been so fun growing with all these different friends I've made along the way, and this community, and all the little jokes we have and can share with each other, and just know exactly what everybody is thinking with it. It's amazing. I love it.
Oh, man. Well, first of all, being able to be here with all of you and hearing your stories, I think it's probably the most exciting thing for me, because when I'm playing, a lot of times solo, right? These thoughts go through my mind. I'm like, oh, I wonder if anyone else understands how I feel about this title. And they do. Everyone does. And being a fan, first and foremost, for this series is probably the most rewarding thing of this whole bit right here for Monster Hunter's 20th anniversary. It's insane for me.
My female Sona Priscilla Silver Dragon is female. She does have an Eastern Dragon appearance too.
We text each other. We write each other in Discord.
I'm just an Eastern Dragon.
Immediately writing each
I
other.
don't change appearances, how I look like.
Did you see that? I went to the restroom, but did you see that? And we text each other, and we're awake somehow at the same time. And then we talk about it. And it's just this ongoing thing with our groups of friends, and even on Twitter, or just X or whatever they call it now. But, it's just...
it would never be X to me.
It's awesome. And I can't wait to see the next game. I know it's going to be insane. The team always thinks about the fans. They're always thinking about for the, the next big thing. So I know it's probably going to be insane.
So one of the most special things for Monster Hunter for me is naturally the friendships that are made along the way, like everybody's been saying, because, it was through Monster Hunter that I became friends with Gaijin Hunter, the Eric's Gaming team, all amazing people, and even more content creators that I've created content with, just invited people to the podcast and whatnot. It's been absolutely fantastic.
Looks like a croissant.
Another thing that I always notice when it comes to Monster Hunter games is that you can tell that the team working on this game is a team that is extremely passionate, because they pay attention to the smallest little details that probably 90% of people are not even going to look. Like, one of the things that I always like bringing up is in the canteen for Monster Hunter World.
Oh
base
my
game,
god.
There's that palico that's blowing into the fire with a tube. And he's just sitting there blowing into the fire. And, if you're a part of an animation department, it's super easy to just make an animation and the palico is just sitting there going. And that's it. That's the animation, right? But for some reason, the Monster Hunter team doesn't do that. So they go and they make this palico blow into the fire twice. Then he looks around, looks at the fire. Then he does it again. And then he looks around again. Different animations. Like, it's not the same looking around animation. And then he does it a third time, and the fire, backdrafts onto his face, and he gets, burned. And he goes there's this crazy animation detail that you don't need for any reason, but it's there, and it's the attention to detail that lets you know that, like, no, this team loves this game. The detail that they go through with the Palicos and every little thing that you see, every little interaction that you see throughout the world, that doesn't need to be as detailed as it is for the game to function. It doesn't really have the gameplay effect almost, but it increases the immersion and just showcases the sheer raw passion that this team has for the game. And it never ceases to impress me.
Yeah, well, with that, you know, we're headed to the summer where there's going to be news for Monster Hunter Wilds, and we're also launching Monster Hunter Stories on new platforms. So obviously the future is super bright. We're super excited. And we want to say thanks to you guys for joining us. We were super happy to do this and to have you on and to talk all things Monster Hunter. We love all the passion for the series and the roles that you guys have played and spreading the good word about Monster Hunter. So thank you very much. And yeah, we really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us. Oh my god, this is really awesome. Can't wait for the next game or announcements.
Yeah, it's been super fun, and as Joe said, you know, summer, more news on Monster Hunter Wilds, and obviously, you know, 2025 is getting closer with each passing day. But yeah, here is to the last 20 years of Monster Hunter, and here's to 20 more years. So happy hunting, everyone.
Happy hunting.
Happy hunting.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Wild is getting close. 2025. Oh, it's a full result. Fatal is so big. Let's number 10. Stygian Jinoga 11? Abyssal 12? Primordial 13, let's go. Mizu 14, Old Fatalis. Safi 16, okay. Brachiodos, Namiel. Namiel is not top 20? Nice. Bretal is not even top 20, I'm surprised. Furious Rajang. Sloss. Celtic Omagala. Gokmazios, let's go. No, Dolamador, let's go. Amatsu, 30? Kesu is only 32, I'm surprised. I mean, then again, I don't really like Kesu as much. Malsino is 38, oh my god. Zeno 43rd, okay. Can't believe it, Malsino is like 38, fuck. Primordial is... Kucherov's 49? Oh my god. It's Kucherov, come on, it's waifu. Yamatsukami is the 53rd? It's just a moss. Lao Sandong? Lao Sandong 61, nice. Who's 69? Shah Dalamador? No. Great Jackie. Toby 69, oh my god, let's go. Hey, Toby 69. Crimson Fatalis 77. Shara is 80, wow. I thought Shara would be like closer, but then again. Shara is kind of a hit or miss. DC of 91st. Ivory Lacquer is 97. Ivory? Flaming Espinas. Celta's Queen. King Shakalaka. King Shakalaka, okay. Bull Drum 1116. King Radian. Kongalala is at 100. God, Kongalala should be last place, goddamn. I don't like Catch Hawacha as well. Royal Ludrom is 138. My Spongy Boy is 138. That's so sad. Ashen Lao Sanglong, that's fair enough. Zora Magdaros. Zora Magdaros is cool, but the fight is just so boring. Velocidrome 154. Apex Mizu, wow. I feel like the reason one is like all very far back. Yeah, like the recent Apex, like in the Rise version, they are like pretty far back. Ibushi? Ooh, Ibushi is so far back. Where's Nawa? Yeah, I don't like Bishaten as much. Emerald Kongalala, it should be like behind. Anything that has to do with Kongalala, get out. Great Izuchi, 201st? 203rd, Great Izuchi? No, Izuchi is pretty cute though. Thunder Serpent now at 210, that's kinda sad. Gentrum is 217. Great Rogi? Great Baggy 224th. EO Drum 2027? Oh my god, the bottom three, one of them is EO Drum. There's no way. Why is EO Drum bottom three? I mean, the Drome is very adorable. Come on. Alright, good shit. Still can't believe it. Still can't believe it. Yeah, that's all. That's all. Good shit. Good shit. As much as I want to draw, like I sincerely want to draw more, but shit, my hand hurts somehow. I don't get it. Sorry, next one. Here, let me close this. Maybe it's because I didn't warm up and then I just immediately went into it. That's probably why. Right, I think that's probably why. And now my hand already hurt. I should have done some warm up beforehand, right? I have a sketchbook and the pencil. What am I doing? You know what? Lesson learned. Lesson learned. Okay, lesson learned. So yeah, on Thursday I'll probably just like warm up first before doing this. Because now my hand hurts. Like, it doesn't feel good. And of course, since I didn't do art for a long time, I just feel like I lost all my art sense. This looks weird. Yeah, the leg looks weird too. Maybe I need to like fix this. But let me try to like draw a little bit more. Like during off stream as well. Maybe just try to utilize my thing, the thing, you know, the thing. What's it called? Sketchbook. I'm gonna utilize a little bit more of my sketchbook and stuff, and try to like warm up, like just draw based off my memory. See if I lost any of my art sense. Usually I just draw like a bunch of dragons and reptilians in general. But shit. Couldn't believe it. Didn't last long. This did not last long. But don't worry, I definitely will do more art, right? I will not stop for 4 months, 5 months, half a year, and do art again. I think I want to make art like a consistent thing, right? I want to get back into art into a consistent thing. So like I said, I want to do like a bit of art beforehand and then do some games. Although this is a little bit too short, right? I didn't do much, to be honest. I didn't do much, but I think it's an okay-ish. Yeah, I think it's an okay-ish way to come back to this one. Albeit not the best. No, not the best. But I'll take it. No, like I said, first step is always the hardest. It's always that first step. Please take break when needed. Yeah, but like, I need to do this too. Right? But don't worry, I will not overexert myself. Speaking of, I could play some Monster Hunter World. I mean, hey, look, I don't know what to do in Monster Hunter World, but I could just do some hunts. I could totally just do some hunts. Like, I already have everything in the game. Well, not everything. But everything that I wanted is already, like, in the game that I have. Fuck it, why not? Like, let's do a revisit to Monster Hunter World. A revisit. Or maybe I could, like, play a new character. But I cannot skip the cutscene, though. And that would be painful if I cannot skip the cutscene. Nah, I don't want to play a new character. Anyway, I'm gonna take a small break. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick. In the meantime, you guys can look at this. Look at this beautiful scenery. It's not real, but I love scenery like this. It just looks nice. I like it. All right, I'll take a small break. I'll be right back real quick. Real quick. Cool. All right, give me a second. Give me a few minutes. Be right back. Also, be sure to take care of yourself.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Yep. Oh god. Did I just break my chair? Fuck, I'm too heavy. I hope not. Oh crap. Too geometric for me? Not for you? That's fair. I think a little bit more color would be nice. This is too clean. You know, not too clean, but yeah. I feel it just needs to be a little bit more colorful than this. But this is a good mood, what can I say? It is a good mood. But I'm gonna change the title. I'm gonna become 2D again. Because holy hell, I'm pretty sure I cannot handle all the 3D stuff along with Monster Hunter World. It would just die. Kobo ran away. Oh yeah, I forgot this is the title. Kobo ran away from Mars, so he's Reagan's here instead. Kobo is here to simp on dragons. Not from a distance anymore, this one. Whoa, there's so many people playing Monster Hunter World. I am actually surprised. Alright, let me change up some things real quick. I will save this one. I'll continue this one on Thursday. That probably didn't look as good. This one. What? There was a jump scare. there was a jump scare. Hi, Dinofalls. Welcome. I missed the stream from before. I always stream at the usual time. I stream from Thursday to Monday. I start at 12, around 12 p.m. here. More here or there. It's like 30 minutes. I'm always late, I feel like. By the way, the model you're working on earlier was looking very good. You made some very good progress. Thank you. It's, yeah, like I said, it's probably not much, but that means a lot. Thank you. I'll definitely try to like finish it like as soon as possible. Like it's 150k points redeem, and I have to like render something for them. So these are all the things. So this is the original idea that my sister sent me. This one. Like this one as well. But I decided to make it a little bit different. Like at first I want to look at something like this, but the pause is just not there. And then I looked at these pictures and it's like I can sort of do the peats like that. A little bit. And they're just standing still like this. They see they always like stand like this. Maybe that's why it looks weird. But I don't know. Yep. My watch rig was broken. What? But I didn't do any secret stream. I always stream at a sort of a consistent time, I guess. I'm gonna drag it to some of our model making and art sessions with you and I. I'm scared. Oh, I'm scared. Oh. How's your kobold sister? She's back. Look at that. She's there. Look at that little troublemaker. That's my kobold. Right? That's my kobold. That's my kobold. She's mine. That's right. This kobold right here, Tylra, belongs to Linglong. I love character play like this. I think it's kind of cute. All right, I'm gonna close this one. Don't be nervous. I will be nervous if I feel I'm not doing anything like good, or I feel like the things that I do is not good enough. Oh yeah, the boobs. Thanks for the reminder. I need the boob. I should make some noise for the boobs, I think. But then I need to change the boob timing as well. Like make it appear for like one boob and then just like go away. I could definitely do that. I think I can. But there's so many things I keep forgetting. Yeah, it's like every time I stream, there's something that I want to do, and then once I done streaming, my brain just shuts down and I don't remember what I need to do. It sucks. I don't like this feeling. Okay, let me close this, put this here. Be kind of awesome to see you play games with your dragon. I know, right? My dragon is cool. She likes badminton. Wait, no, not this one. Oh yeah, wait. I need to change. There, that's on my end. Because I need to like, I don't have enough USB slots. There's too many things. Which controller should I use? I mean, don't use the Tekken exclusive controller, definitely. Tekken exclusive controller. Oops, sorry. I just feel like today's stream is quite scuffed. Although to be fair, all the streams that I do is like not planned. Every time I stream, I just like go in and do the things I want to do. Like I know it'll be great to have a script, but I don't know what to script. I just want to be here and do things that I want to do. Okay, I'm using this controller. I think it's working. Right, let's play some Monhan World. I think I can change the settings to make it like not too bad. I'm gonna disconnect this as well. Oh yeah, the Ultra Leap, the Leap Motion controller actually uses a lot of resources, believe it or not. I'm surprised. Also, I just noticed a diamond. Heck and thank you. But of course, Kobold deserves diamonds. I have a custom Rathalos, like a Rathalos OC. Hakai? No. No Dragon Ball. I didn't do anything bad. Why would I get Hakai? Go Hakai, Goku Black. Go Hakai Goku Black. Here, I think I can change the highest. Goddamn. Actually, advanced graphics settings. I think this is fine. Let's use the scaling. And use full screen because it's more like less resource intensive. Maybe a little bit. Oh, I don't like motion blur. I don't like fake knit. Scuff is expected from the hesitate. I know, right? It happens, but it's just kind of funny. I don't think the game is too loud, right? I think the game is like okay-ish. But I wouldn't know. What? What? Oh god. What's that? I'm scared. Am I playing like a .exe version of Monster Hunter? Okay. I will stretch the bone. What's going on with the screen? What the fuck is going on with the screen? Oh shit. I think something is wrong with my screen. Epilepsy warning. Let me close the display capture for now. Let me see what's wrong. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. I'm putting away the display. Wonder what's making this like that. Whoa. Let me just do like a default settings then. Maybe they don't like full screen. The power is used in many animes beside Dragon Ball Z. It's still the same. Oh god, what did I do? Look at that. It's still the same. No. Well, I shouldn't have messed with the graphic settings. Yikey beaky. Yikey beaky. It's epilepsy warning. I'm putting it away. The game really didn't like that apparently. Oh yeah, also the anime thing. I don't really watch anime, so that's why I don't know. The game wants me to do more art. No! Game! No! Please! What if I set to like highest? And no fidelity? CAS. It's fine now. It's fine now. 哎呀，你妈几张好，你让我讲，我这边在嗨的时候手嗨哦，真是。So medium does that. High? Okay, high is fine. Medium? Medium is fine. Flops on Nexus. I want to flop on Nexus as well. I want to flop on Draken. Low. Oh, it's fine now. Okay. I guess don't mess with the settings too much. It's the first time I've seen that kind of problem. Do you think taking martial arts is a good idea? Yeah. But I don't do it because I'm lazy and I'm too fat. It's hard to do martial arts when I'm too fat. But I always dream of taking one. But I don't know what martial art do I want. My button doesn't work. My button doesn't work. Why can I not? I want to go canteen. I want to eat something. My... Eh, walao eh, 这是什么鬼东西 Why? What did I do? What did I do? Was it not... Maybe the game isn't focused correctly, but it eats all the other buttons, but not the confirm button. That doesn't make sense. But maybe it happened to you once. Eating butter rice with garlic and onion. Butter rice with garlic and onion. Damn, hell yeah. Don't make me play Counter-Strike. don't make me play Counter-Strike because I fucking will. Monster Hunter has always been a butt when trying to stream, I've noticed. Honestly, it's the first time it happened to me. Look, I'm just forwarding spicy pictures to my friends on Telegram. Hey, yo. Because why not, right? I don't know why I'm feeling so different these days. Let's see. Confirmation button setting. Gamepad icon is supposed to be this one. One of my favorite noodles is pastaroni, like the Parmesan cheese one. I know Parmesan cheese, but noodle pastaroni, never heard of it. I mean, there's golok mi, guantong mian, 酱油面, 酱油辣, 老鼠粉, kway teow. I mean, we have all of those noodles, if you count kway teow as noodle. I mean, same. Didn't get any references for the comic. There's a comic? Hey, yo. Right, let me try again. But yeah, I feel like these days I'm just like, I have like two friends that I trust a lot, and been talking about, hey, there we go, been talking about some stuff. I cannot be too obvious here, right? But you guys can guess some stuff, and I've been having kind of fun. Has obviously been weird with audio for anyone else lately? Are you having audio issues? Like, is there something wrong with the audio currently?
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa? Alright, what do I want to fight? Choices. Then the thing. Alright, give me a second. I want to see the thing. Oh, this one. Yeah. I think Nan shared it. I think. But it's always nice to look at this. Of course I cannot share it on stream, I don't. But man, quality stuff. Beautiful. I like. If I do that, I don't know what's gonna happen to my stream. Or to my channel, actually. But then again, Twitch lately has been evolving, you know. There are literal, like, Fortnite streamers. Like, the bigger streamer right now are just showing their naked body and female, you know. They're just, like, showing their huge badonkers and then showing the backside hole actually on camera as, like, the main focal. And then their stream is doing really good, you know? And then they're not getting banned or some shit, or are they getting banned? I don't know. But lately I've seen a lot of those kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, sex sells. What can I say? Like, people say that, oh, sex doesn't sell, it's just they do good stuff. No, sex sells. Period. It does. I'm sorry. So yeah, it's kind of, I don't know how I feel about that. It just feels weird. Oh wait, this is my fire... Oh yeah, this is my fire Alatrion build. Hey, might as well. Let's go fight some Alatrion. I think I remember how to dodge. For some reason, OBS just stopped recording from some audio sources, even though they are connected. Oh. That's motion class and my wife and I that literally work in adult shops. Oh, that's actually very fucking amazing. I have never been to a adult shop ever. I don't know how they look like. Got playing funny hunting game, yeah! Hi Ryuki. Wanna join buying class? Oh. Good luck with class still. The Evening Star. Like a burning. Are you fire? Are you? I think you're fire here. Have fun. Thank you, Ryuki. Good luck with class. Love that job actually, and that's the best thing. You love your job, and that's like 100%. I'm glad you do. You can be a dragon character inside Monster Hunter. Not really. This is not modded. But I don't know if mods if you can. I don't see mods that allows us to be a dragon, but there are mods that allows huge badonkers because they are a horny bunch. But no dragon, I think. There is a mod that allows you to play as Rajang, but, hear me out. In Monster Hunter Rise, there's a lot of mods that allows you to play as dragons. You can play as Malzeno, my favorite mod. You can play as Nargacuga. You can play as Luna Garen. You can play as Great Izuchi, I think. Great Izuchi, Mizu, and a few. But I can't recall all of them. My friends stopped streaming Monster Hunter World because they can never uninstall the mod that add dongs to add dong to the monster lah, yeah. Hey, look, I've been there before. Well, not on this game, but on a similar case where I installed a bunch of mods for Skyrim, and now I can never stream Skyrim ever again. It's just funny. But man, the mods are pretty good. I don't care about badonkers, I want dragons. See? Right? Yeah, same. I don't care about badonkers. Oh, it is fire. Well, goodbye.
Ooh, shiny.
I forgot. Evening Star. Evening Star is fire. Dawn Star is ice. Need to remember this. I could just go in with Dragon Element, but that's no fun. It's too easy. I want to challenge myself. Alright, let's change equipment. So I need ice weapon. Ice. Critical element. I think this is the one. Now I need to change my decorations to ice. Blaze Stream Frost. There we go. Level 6 ice attack, that's good enough. Do I need to eat? Still need to eat my money. Oh, do tell me if the game is like too soft or too loud. I feel like the game is like okay-ish. Yep. I love how much they improved the UI in Rise. Yeah, in Rise, everything feels faster. In Rise, everything feels faster. In World, everything feels UI wise feels kind of slow.
属性武器で攻撃すればアルバトリオンの力を抑えられそうです。
But actually gameplay I feel like I much prefer World. It's a lot slower.
気をつけてくれ。
One more thing I sent. Fun idea that Nude wants to do with all the kobolds. I will look at it afterwards because this one is time limited, so I'll go in really quickly. I'll look at it afterwards. Yip is so clean and fast. Yip like the combat. Oh, I forgot I can roll that. Why would you do that so early? Muscle memory. Let's go. We love muscle memory. I forgot to dodge that. Nah. I can perceive you. I'm dead. I can perceive you. Hey, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Oh, look at that damage. Let's go. Escapon Judgment is not real. No Escapon Judgment for you, bitch. Oh, yay. Wait, I need that. Nah. Oh, it's a Kushala syndrome. Going down. Actually, maybe I can do that. I'm dead. I'm dead. The sequel. I lied. Kobo will never die. I'm gonna right dragon. I'm gonna right dragon. What monster is this? This is Alatrion. Yeah, this one is really tough. I love the fight. It's so good. And Alatrion looks really hot too. Ew. Give me a horn. You roll that. I did really. I'll take it. That was kind of cool. Accidental cool. Don't mind me. I said don't mind me. Oh! Oh, good. Oh, I need to break the horn. I forgot. Shit. If I don't break the horn, I lose. I literally just lose. Can you get down? Thank you. No eschaton judgment for you. I can punish that, I think. I'm dead! I'm actually dead! Woo! Wait. Hey, chill. I just need to break your horn. Thank you very much. Ah, that was the wrong hit. Hey, let's go. Still got it. Nope. I got greedy. Oh, my golden coin's no longer. Oh. Damn, couldn't believe it. Should be enough time. I have my Astra Jerky ready. Oh yeah, I broke it twice. But of course it dealt no damage. Poor thing. Yay. We love true element acceleration. Why are you like this? Maybe. Good morning, Overboard. Hope they're doing good. Oh, I didn't roll that. I couldn't roll it. Hey, let's go. Actually, give me your tail. I need that huge chunky tail of yours. How is your time zone? Time zone is pretty good. It is very rainy today and thunderous, but I like it. It's very comfy. Yeah. Hey, don't drink that. What are you doing to my key? You and your Kushala syndrome, I swear to God. That's cool. Yeah. I made it wrong. Dang it. Fine. Okay. That works. Cozy, right? I like it. We take those. Dodging kinda cool though, but those are all accidental dodges. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It feels like I'm a very, very long sword main, but maybe I am. Oh, I got greedy. Thank you. Ow. That's kind of bad. What did he do? Okay. Oh, I didn't count on that. Wasted. Hey! We like that. I'm doing it. Very dangerous. Okay, not that bad. Doing it. Beaky? Someone's eating Beaky? Beaky spotted? Mine? Mine? Where's my Astra Jacket? Delicious. Okay, I got this. Maybe even push, right? Ooh, even that? What are you doing? I'll tail. Oh! Ow. I must have read like a book. I hesitated. Hey, we take that. I'm going for the tail if I can. Maybe a little bit too far. Got him. Too far, too far. Not enough time, I think. Still got it. You got this. I missed this game? Yeah. This game's great. Coming back to this game after so many months of not playing, it's pretty fun. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah. I think we'll punish it like that. Not enough time? We don't take that. Oh! I'm not sure there's a lot of wake up traps. Gotta be careful, don't just keep waking up. Oh. Oh my god, it's free, but I missed it. I got lucky. Oh, let's go! Go for the tail, go for the tail! I think tail should be broken here. There we go. Hunter sense, still got it. Such a good monster game. Prefer it over Rise, but wait. But that game has its own weird playstyle that I enjoy. Yeah, I think Rise is more like power fantasy, and this one is more like challenging. You know what I mean? Because Rise I feel a lot easier than, well, this. Okay, now it's just raw damage fight. Shut up, I know what I'm doing. Oh my god.
Bonks the dragon with my massive tail.
No, don't bonk the dragon. Love them. I love them. Oh, free. They whiff, they whiff. I mean, they're aiming for my kitty. And I whiff too. I hate it here. I got greedy. I did. Hey, I cannot believe I actually got hit by that. This is death sentence. Oh my god! Okay. I have no... I have no bar, I'm stupid. Hiya. Yes, keep doing this, keep doing this. It helps, it helps. I don't care. Oh, yeah, hibiki. That was not worth. Damn, you're not going down. This is bad. I'm gonna die for Escadron Judgment. Hey, let's go. we take those, we take those. Oh my god. Ooh. First try, baby. If your mother is to have a dragon kitty, not really. This is from the base game. When you win against Fatalis, you get to craft Fatalis armor for your Palico. Hi, Sola. I remember running my light bowgun build through this fight and it was absolutely bonkers. I never really played any like bowgun weapons. I just love to go up close and personal. That's why I play all melee weapons. It's fun. GG, GG, GG. Good shit. Alright, come here. Look at my trucken, they know how to prance. I should maybe get into this and learn how to play properly. I mean, huge recommend to this game, right? I love this game to bits. My 1200 hours says a lot. It's so worth it, especially with friends, and it gets really insane. Yeah, although I never... Okay, to be honest, I never really fought Alatrion multiplayer and Fatalis multiplayer, ever. Because I'm so afraid after that SOS flare incident, I would never want to play multiplayer again. But with friends, definitely, hell yeah. With randoms, definitely not. I'm done. Too many times I got so salty, it's like, yeah, no. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. Not anymore. That's a life shock trap. Yeah, this is not it. This is supposed to be max potion. Mega potion, dust of life, weapon post prints. I mean, it's only that. Okay. Yeah, never randoms. At least if it's me, you can just shit talk me for dying. Look, if it's friends, it's fine. But randoms, they are like... They die twice and then they leave the quest. So that the chances of dying is like even more now with like... We have to fight 4 players worth of monster HP with only 3 people. So that's why it's so bad. If you die twice, don't leave. Just take the L, man. What are you leaving for? You, goddamn, you know, so shitty. Yeah, mutual shit talking is just fun, right? Like I can talk to my friends like, can you noob anyone 什么鬼真是 and they'll be like they'll be like 啊是咯你讲了你带我吗 so essentially it's just like you're so shit at this game, why are you so noob? and then they'll be like, yeah sure, I have you to carry me or some shit. It's just like yeah, like you said, mutual shit talking with friends. It's the best thing ever. As previously stated, I love this game. I learned to make chainmail with this game. Chainmail? There's chainmail? I actually didn't know there's chainmail. Alright, let's fight Fatalis. I want to fight Fatalis because the music is so good. Against Fatatist. Why do I play Longsword? Oh yeah, I have mega fire resistance. I'm using Fatalis armor. Oh, versus dragon minus 20. No wonder I die so quickly. If my friends aren't giving me shit for being bad at something, how can I learn to get better? Right? I know that feeling. There's some chainmail of some of the armor sets. I was doing a cosplay for an older game. Oh, yo, that's so good. Yeah, in all seriousness, it's all fun. Monster Hunter is all about fun. Games is all about fun, I feel like. Yeah, Overbow is so cool. Overbow is a cool kobo for doing that. Cool kobo. What am I here for? Oh wait, there's Safi Jiva Siege! I can fight Safi like a few times after this Fatalis try. I seriously don't think I can first try this one. Yeah, I'm trying to work on balancing getting good at games and fun, because it's easy to fall into must get good and burn out. Eventually I just feel like having fun while getting good at the same time. Eventually I reach that kind of like stage where I will always have fun at the same time trying to learn about the game, but not trying to go like serious mode. You know, I'm not trying to log on to the game, like locking onto the game and then try to get good. I think that's, yeah, easily burning out. Didn't ever finish it, but I made the chainmail part. Ooh. See, I'm an old bow, so it took me a while to find that balance. It does take time. Yep. Point up, yep. I think some games you have to get good in ways that aren't necessarily fun, like practicing rotations in MMOs. That and also Tekken 8. That and also Tekken 8. Fighting games in general, you have to hit the books, you have to hit the replay system, you have to like learn the shit. Yeah. Rotations and yip. Get yip-tated, nerd. I'll yip you. The spin. And Joe Shark is kinda cute. Is Joe Shark a shark or a dragon? That looks like a dragon. Also, give me a moment. I always forgot to do this, but there's a lot of beans in my chat right now. Give me a second. Stinky. My table is too full. There we go. I couldn't use my keyboard. Okay, there we go. I can use my keyboard now. Of course, we have Nexus being a bean. We have, well, Kim Studios being a bean as well. Joe Shark is a Shark Dragon hybrid, if I understand correctly. I always thought there was there was some kind of practice mode, because I need to practice my railgun the way Railgun aim way more. I want to play Helldivers 2, but man, is it expensive. Look at Kim Studios, amazing. Because light speed is when you need to hit the shots, not when you can take the time. Fair? Who else? Shouting me out how dare? Oh, I dare. I dare shout out a kobold because I'm a kobold too. And who else? Crap, I know there was someone else. Oh yeah. How can I forget? Ring! I feel I'm forgetting someone. If it's any consolation, Helldivers 2 is, at least so far in appearance, entirely based around pay-to-own mentality. Pay-to-own? This has been such a freaking honor me. Really? Oh my god. But of course we have another kobold. How can I forget? How can I forget? Yeah, look at that kobold. It's always nice meeting you too, Kim or Trist. I appreciate making people, especially when I stream. But when I'm not streaming, I'm just so quiet. It's so different. There's a supporter pack and technically microtransactions. Oh, but you can literally get premium currency in game. Oh, Sunny World. I know, right? I hurt my hand. When did you swap? Not too long ago. I just want to like fight Fatalis for funsies. Fight Alation for funsies. Because I love them, I sim for them, and I don't mind if they kill me. I'm not gonna do fortified cheese. What's the layer you're wearing? This is the Jingling Lu. The deer. I don't know what Jingling Lu is in English. You know, the deer. And then the rest of the armor is cooked raw armor. I can just come see. I go first, haha! You cannot catch this kobold. It's goofed her off. You cannot catch this kobold, haha. Kobold ran away, haha. She swapped, I wanna say like less than an hour ago. Less than an hour ago. But now it's like almost an hour, I feel like. Then MTX are more for completionists, I guess. I haven't spent any and I feel like I'll never need to. I feel I'm a little bit afraid when I play Helldivers 2. I feel like there's a lot of elitists in the game, but I hope I'm wrong on this. God, look at that unit. I love Vitalis. Alright, time to die. Oh shit, I cannot read the chat. I have no time. Big boy? I think the eliticism is more on Reddit, honestly. Oh, okay. Then... good. Phil is such a big badass. Not the average game experience. Okay. Rain shaming sound calling. Oh, Dick's right? the death nerf the most meta stuff on purpose. Okay, good. I was typing that. Throwing hands? Alright, okay. I see you. Oh, that's so unlucky. I forgot your moveset, you ass. My god, you with a huge ass body. I forgot how tough it is to fight this thing. What am I doing now? Do I not have preview? Throwing hands? Ow. Why are you throwing hands? Oh my god, you're actually just throwing hands. Hey asshat, look at here. I love you, but you're an asshat. Oh, that's not worth. I aimed the wrong way. You don't have shaver? Don't need. You didn't out one weapon? I don't wanna. I'm gonna fight with raw strength. Oh, I have free meal, it just didn't activate. This game, I swear to god. What? Damn. Accidentally good. Oh my god, this bitch is throwing hands. Why are you like this? I messed up big time. I suck. Oh my god. Oh my god. I need that. Thank you. Why are you like this? It's throwing hands. I hate it. Oh, you're yellow now. But after this, you're probably gonna be red again. I really need to break the head. I'm dead if I don't break the head. Good enough. Not broke yet, but that's feeling. Alright, still have a chance to break the hand. This is the coolest thing ever. Ow. Sniped. Going through. Good enough. Oh my god, free meal, please. Oh, I didn't think of that. Actually, I don't know how to do anything when I'm... Oh! I'm so bad now, oh my god. Oh, you just want me dead, aren't you? Alright, sure. Alright, here we go. I didn't bring Fortify this time, I'm just trying to like do it raw. Since Fortify is free cheese. Double boopy kill! They want the cobalt meat too much. The cobalt meat. Can I eat? I think it's too early. Oh yeah, I'm using this bitch. Give me all the good stuff. Yay! Right, here we go. Yeah, sometimes 75% chance is like sad. I was like, is it 75%? Is it not 60% or something? It does happen a lot, but sometimes when you need it the most, it just doesn't happen. Look at the mouth of that thing, my god. Huge Lizzie. Now you do it. take those. Oh. What am I going to do? Hey G, came back. Come back because of me. Instead of laying long because there's a dragon, we must not work. Yes. I ran away from Mark because I don't want responsibilities. My dragon can take my responsibility, but if there's dragons involved, I'm here. Oh my god, I'm gonna die again. Too much. Oh no. I rolled the wrong way. Hope you're doing good, G. Are you feeling better? Yep. This little shit, I swear to God. Oh my god. Oh. I got greedy. Oh my god, I almost died. Woo. So many bad decisions. Oh. I think it's a good idea. Hope there's a straight lane. Oh. I tried to counter. Again. Oh, you're yellow. I'm at the wrong side, damn it. What just happened? That was a new one. Too far! Too far! Want it? I'll take it. Hiya. I roll into it. Get down, asshead. Oh, I shouldn't have spammed it. Again. It's the ballista that can be used, right? Not Dragonator. 移動初式バリスタ There's no way I'm dead. Oh my god. Bye bye, kitty. Already 10 minutes left and I'm only at... This is bad. I don't even have nearly enough time to fight this. I had zero chance, sad to say. Oh. Oh my god, the fire's at full power. This is stupid. I'm dead. I'm 20% dead. Why are you going insane? I mean, I know what you're going insane, but still. I'm gonna try. Wait. Oh, I'm actually dead. Oh my god, the damage. God damn you and your full power fire that I cannot even stop. faster than... Yeah, that was right. Athletic? Is it triggered after the first big fling? Alright, asset. I need you to get down. That was nice. It's very far, but I'm smooth. I'm dead. I'm not dead. You! Oh my god. That was fast. Ooh. You in your fucking head. Oh, not the spin. Oh my god, not the spin. I'm so bad now. I'm doing it. Oh my god, thank you! I can tank some hits now. God damn! Ow. You and your thick tail, I'm dead. I'm just gonna lure you there. Come here. Thank you. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect. Keep going. Keep going. All right. All right. Oh, that spot is perfect, buddy. Let's go. Proof the hero. Best music. Look at this. Snipe. Oh, you're flying? I need this. Yeah. No. I'm not even gonna eat anymore. I'm just gonna take the things and go in and fight. Alright, come on, 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 come on. Just gonna drink Demon Drug and just like go in. Less than 5 minutes to do 20% HP. Hey, I might do it. I don't know. Eat the fatally smellies. Timer. Yeah, I'm trying again because it's been so many months since I last played this game. I hate it. My god, this dragon is throwing hands. Sorry, wrong button. Oh my god, that was so bad. I don't know why I clicked that one. No damage. Spirit helm. I'm dead. You bitch! You read my... Oh, fine. Good read. Oh, shit. You're not wounding him with a chat Kobo. Oh, you mean like tenderize him? I mean, just cut them, right? It's fine, I got this. Let's try again. Who is that Tabaxi? Oh, Narix is here. Right, Narix is here. I forgot. I'm sure Narix is already like a mega veteran at this game, even though I played this game way earlier than he did. Oh wait, sorry, that's not... Wait, it is? Okay. Fade to black. You can see from player list I'm not far. Are you not far? How do you know about Vitalis stuff? Playlist. No way, you're only HR 61? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. No way. There's no way. I don't trust it. And here I am again playing this game on Xbox so I can play with nobody. No. God damn it, this game is no crossplay. I wanna play Merp. I know about Fatality stuff because a streamer I watch does like 3 bosses usually. Oh, so they always play this game and then do bosses. I mean, I just like to look at the dragon. Tylra event, Fade to Black, either Anatleon. Anatleon is hard. Fatality is even harder. All the dragons are hard, I cannot say anything. I love all of them. Alright, make some preparations. Drink some drugs. Come on, it's up to you now, free meal. Fitness is ultimate Derg. It is an honor to challenge him in battle, right? I love Fatalis. No, I am. I mean, Sola is also pretty ultimate. But Sola just wants to eat me. No, I don't want to get eaten. Lesson learned, never go straight line against you, asshole. And they just keep throwing hands. You stop throwing hands. How do you miss it with guys? Oh, you were aiming for my kitty. Oops. Okay, free. Need to punish that move properly. I forgot. I cannot do counter there. I forgot. I don't think I panicked. You see what you saw what I did, right? The 1200 hours is a fraud. It's not real. Oh, too early, too early, too early. That was not bad. Okay. Too far. Oh, my mama got stuck. Dragon's too thick. Gonna be a lot more aggressive this time. I could do it about tenderizing. I just tenderize when I see a move that he does that I can punish. You go grab a head up for gyms. Okay. Good luck, go. Thank you, Narek. Have fun with team. I'll take it. Yeah, like this move is like, you can tenderize this move. Oh wait, you're red. Oops. Ow. Oh, I forgot. It's that side. Again? Oh my god. On the other side. Right, asshole, you're not reading me this time? Never managed to beat him alone. I always run out of time from Devil's Valentine. Oh, Valentine helped me with this? Nice. I only managed to beat this alone. because playing randos is impossible. Straight line, I don't like it. Were you aiming for a kitty? I just missed. Oh my god, my timing is so bad. I never learned, don't I? I cannot counter it. I was in the middle of attacking. This guy. Oh, I got read like a book. Oh, that far. What did I do that? My brain shuts down when I have temperamental on. This is kind of bad. I'm dead. Lucky. Damn, I don't know how that waved. Okay. Too early. But I got lucky. I'm dead. That's why I don't do Spirit Helm Slash that much, because when I do that and they do that and I'm dead. Like guaranteed death. Never give up. Why no more crossplay? Wait, was there crossplay for this game before? I don't think so, right? I think this game never supported crossplay, I think. Because the update time was different. Of course you would. Bye bye, kitty. When the screen flashes, roll immediately. Oh, damage. Yes! Yes! Heal. Peak performance. Thank you. Do I have peak performance? I don't think I have. I'm stupid. My god. I pressed the wrong button. Why? Hit me. Okay, thank you. I get a heal for this one. One hit, I'll take it. I'm dead. Oh my god, Dragon Pod, help me. God damn it. 75% please. Need you to work with me. Okay. One. Oh. Okay, that works. I don't know why I did that. I can see that. Oh my god. I mean, why is there no more crossplay stuff in general? I know, right? I feel like crossplay, a game without crossplay is such a missed opportunity. Oh, in my very opinion, because it just allows more friends to be able to play together. You know what I mean? Really? Nah, I'm dead. You come here? Okay, nice. This one is far enough, I think. I'm doing it. Oh! Okay, it hits both. Oh, you didn't do the thing? Weird. No! Oh my god, that could have wasted my time and that would cost me the whole round. I'll take it. I'm dead. Another one? I'm dead. Oh, I did. Oh my god, okay. Five minutes, still have a chance. I have a stick with a dream. A stick and a dream. There's one thing about this Cobra is that she never gives up, bitch. Gonna get one shot behind her. I didn't shoot it. You really don't want me to use that, huh? It's not. Yo, let's go! Oh my god! Oh, that feels good. That feels so fucking good. Oh my god. I'm playing a lot more aggressive this run. Didn't break the head. Whoa. Okay, I'll take it. Thank you, game. Oh my god. There's no fucking way I got twice. Oh my god, I got three. 3 eyes. I got a third eye. My god. Poor dragon. Good night, Kim. Oh, good night, Kim. Good night, Christ. Combo, check this score where you can please run the important. Okay. It was also hanging out. Everyone have an amazing stream. Thank you, Christ. Have good sleep. Damn ads. No. Sorry about ads. Okay, let me check it now. Sorry about the ads, but we did it. Oh my god, I'll take it. I still can't believe I actually did it. I didn't break the head twice, but it's kind of bad when I break the head first time on the third phase. That means I'm not aiming the head enough. It's over. Next, welcome back. Sorry about the ad, but also thanks for going through it for me. Appreciate. That made me feel good. I feel. Oh boy. Today is so weird. Today is so weird. Okay, look. Look. It was raining and thundering not too long ago. And now what's going on? The sun is shining directly at my face in the harshest heat possible. I am sweating under air-conditioned room. I cannot believe it. What the hell? What is this weather? I don't get it. Feels I only play longsword because I play a lot of longsword in Rise. And Kobo won over the Dragon Overlord and now happy. See, the thing is, Fatalis didn't die actually, because I just poked him enough and it's like, oh no, I'm dead. Ugh. And then they're just trying to make the Kobold happy. That's what happened. Which weapon do I want to play? I want to fight Safi for a little bit, just to listen to the music. Humidity levels 98%, we love those. It's pretty normal here, no? I think. Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe the bonk? You know what, let's play with bonk a little bit. Goblet attack and dragon, okay. Yptalis Papa. Look. Alright, look. Don't judge. That's bandit, not temporal. Don't judge. Alright, I love dragons, okay? I think I also have like, I don't know why. Yeah, cool waifu. Just don't ask. This is like me 4 years ago. 4 to 5 years ago. This is me. God damn, my god. Alright, okay. Gobbler attack. And then dragon? Boing? Boing? Alright, how do I play hammer? Full charge, release, and then clutch claw, I guess? No. Suffy. Suffy. Alright, this is the super hot dragon. Super hot dragon. Yep. Hi, and how are you doing? Hi, cursed Batman who laugh. I'm just gonna call you Batman, alright? Hi, Batman. I'm doing good. Yep. Hand hurts a little bit from drawing. I didn't warm up, that's why. Yep. But I'm doing pretty good. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. And also, hi, numbers. Hello, Shiniku. Yep. How you doing? I need Jesus after what the heck you saw on Twitch. I don't know what you saw on Twitch, but I don't want to know. What requires you to need Jesus after watching it? Holy shit. Is it a reason like the reason like Twitch is evolving with all the like the huge badonkers Fortnite streams? Is it that? Because I was just talking about it for a little bit just now when I was doing art. It will forever traumatize Batman Eye. No? Okay, at least I'm okay with that. How would you briefly describe? How would you roughly describe what it is? I don't know if it's a good idea to ask this, but I'm asking it anyway. I'm so curious. God, very sassy. Very sassy, but not what I described. That's kind of tough. I'm going for hind legs, baby.
Emotional damage!
Hi, Bree. I'm dead. Ooh. This is my hammer knowledge. Ow. 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 Hey. Oh wait, I have Big Bang attack. I forgot because I'm Vegeta. Here, Big Bang. I'll take it. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this game. Hey. Kobold gets stepped by Durgo. Hey, I'm not gonna complain. I got greedy. Ow. Whoa, 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 whoa. You keep getting stepped on. Oh god, I have no slinger. Oh. Yosha. Am I dead? Oh, that doesn't hit. Nice. Oh my god, my health. Oh, okay. Just read. What's up? Oh, I think is it my poop and pet not lined up again? Crap. I did change my 3D to 2D. Actually, I should say that I did come back, so I'm pretty sure my dragon did get a bunch of poops and pets too. No. What's a charge? Oh god, stab. You. Uh-oh. Well, now I don't know what to do with hammer when I get aim. Oh yay. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh my god, I almost died. Oh. Another one? Uh-oh. This is not intended. This is not intended. Whoa, that's the first time I've seen that. Whoa, it's the first time I've seen Safi struggle. Wait, no, wait, this is not supposed to happen. It's so cool. Alright, there we go. I'm back. Welcome back, Ryuki. Welcome back. Yuck! Oh my god. Very pain. Alright, we stop. You didn't stop, you asshole. I am Mega Dead. Rocksteady, bitch. Ah. Ah, 开玩笑，扒到你的脸都不知道。Sorry, I'm in the moment. See, sometimes playing Monster Hunter, it just makes me feel it in the moment. It's great. Oh. Damn. What I missed? I won against Fatalis, I won against Anatheon, lost once against Fatalis. Not much. Oh. Oh. Ah, dang it, dang it. Man, playing hammer without flinch free is so painful. Why did I do this again? Hammer without flinch free? Oh my god. Why am I like this? I don't want that. I hate it here. I hate it here. There's my makeup function. There we go. Will Kobo carry me in world? Maybe? I mean, I'm not that good, but I can try. Okay, yeah, ow, okay. Give me that head. And give me that head. Ugh. Adult version? Ayo. I love an adult version of Xenojiva. Ayo. Ayo. What? Ah, fuck. Sus? You know why I'm sus today. You know. Oh god. there's a slope. Hey, I think the slope is good enough. Here, let me try. Yeah, that's right, asshead. Nope. There's nothing I can do. There's no defensive option in for hammer. Dude! My world! This is the end of Kobo. There's nothing I can do. There's actually nothing I can do. Vor? No, look, guys, not vor. There's no eating going on. It's just that doesn't sound good. It's just it's just chewing, you know, like a bit of a love bite. That sounds even wronger. Chewing is part of vor, is it? It's on the more extreme side of it, but still. Even chewing? Shit. Wait, no, not chewing. Oh wait, chewing is even worse. Wait, no. Forget I said anything. Chewing is even worse. Come on, that's death. Not vor, just more play. Yeah, more play sounds better. Yeah, just play with malls. Don't worry. Ah, no. I hate it when there's no defensive options. You and your leg, I swear to God. Bonkity ball. Kobo moan getting roundhoused? I didn't moan, what do you mean? Alright, that was fun. Hey, I think my hammer was pretty bad. Water strike where you at? There's no water strike. No water strike here in world. What other weapon do I want to play? Ooh, I love Great Sword. Yeah, I wanna play Great Sword. Sorry. Yes, but as a more play connoisseur, I say that with such roughness as Safi did, it's not more play. No, it's more play, but with laser involved. It's fine though. It's just laser. It hurts a little bit, but it would not hurt a Kobo. Right. I want to see what I... Oh, wait, let's fight. Oh yeah, let's fight. Yeah, time to lose, baby. I'm gonna change this one. I need... Oh, I don't have hard ice resistance, really? Fuck. Alright, okay. Do I really not have hard ice resistance? Oh my god! Oh my god, I have no hard ice resistance. How long have I been playing this game? 1250 hours. Wow, okay. I need one. It's like there's something in my throat. Fine. What is doing it? Go bully the greatest Jaguars, make her vomit. The greatest Jaguars would drop hard ice? Trust? See, the thing is, Narix, when you say trust, I don't trust you. But when you don't say trust, I trust you. It's like a reverse psychology involved. Oh man, there's something inside. I'm gonna put in some water. Alright, okay. Why am I fighting again? I need ice proof. Yeah, ice proof. Okay. Alright, we win. Look at this shit. Hell yes. Look at this easy win. The easiest I ever done winning. The win of wins. I'm gonna die. Is this ATV? What, like the motorcycle they would drive? Like a four-wheel? I don't know. Is there ATV in this game? I mean, I want to ride it. Oh. I forgot to tackle. Oh, Ash Temple เกี่ยวกันนะ Oh, ATV. Oh. I see, ATV. God, I love the music. No, I thought I'm far enough. I don't know what I would charge though. Oh wait, I realized. Great Sword is not supposed to play this way. Here, let me get where's the crystal burst? There it is. I can do like one cut and then into Slinger burst, and then immediately to TCS, right? Yeah. Look at that. I'm a Great Sword main. Look at that. And I missed. Don't worry about it. Oh, damn, free. Oh boy. Come on. We take those. Okay. Feels good. Alright. Come on, use it. Oh wait, is that a wrong one? Oh, fuck. Oh no, I forgot this one one shots. You I love you, but you bitch. Alright, here we go again. God, I love Velkana. No escape. They don't care if you're gonna revive, you die. You will die. I know we're gonna complain, Velkana is too hot. Can I eat? I think it's still too early. Yeah. I should not be using Figure Wasp, honestly. I should change. I love Shield Spire. Shield Spire or the other one. The Blade. Damage. Damn. Nice damage. Wait, don't go. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hey, free. We take those. Nope. I'm dead. Oh! There's no fucking way I rolled that one. Not too early. Damn. That's not bad. I'm like 10 miles away. Oh my god, I hate you. I love you too. Oh my god. Oh. What? Why is there no jump? Oh, wow. Oh no! I was in the middle. Ah, unfortunate. I could have blocked. Wait, no, I attacked. Okay, I cannot block that. Still have a chance, still have a chance, don't panic. I only died twice, I think. Technically 3 times, but 1 time is like this figure wasp. We have tackling saved you, but I don't think I can do tackle after I do an airborne slash. Not that I know. There's only white slash or roll. If I remember, you know what? Let's lab it. After a jump attack, can I charge? Can I tackle? It's like playing Tekken. Do I sidestep left or do I sidestep right? Alright, come on, Falcon, we're busy. No, there's no charge. I was too late. Oh my god. Bitch, I can't see shit. Alright. I'll take it. I mean, it's not the best. Ooh! We take those. You're going to... Are you going up? Okay. Because I didn't bring cold drink, that could have been disastrous. No. Oh. Alright, not the best, but I'll take it. Oh, I was too close. Yeah, we take those. it's like 1,000 damage. What is it? I actually did. If I rolled. There's no way around it. Yeah, I told you. Good shit. Hey, I died to the most sassy of attacks. I'm not even gonna complain. Look at that shit. Hell yeah, baby. the most sassiest of attacks. Where they'll kind of just look at you, it's like, oh, you cannot move? Let me just charge up this stab. God, who doesn't love Velkana? Goddamn. How about... It has been a while since I last played this one. I don't know if I remember how to play it. Sleep resistance? Why? Oh, I need speed eating. So, goblet attack. What does airborne do? I don't even remember. Alright, I'm gonna try one more time. Hell yeah. Definitely not because I want to look at Velkana more. Anyway, yo, my current Wormborn progression is optional in Guiding Lands. Ew, Guiding Lands, fuck. It's a place I never go. That's why I never want to augment my weapon, because augmentation requires me to go there. It's like, fuck. I don't wanna. I just want to look at cool dragons. I mean, sure, I can look at cool dragons there, but not the one that I want to look at. There's like a mood, you know, a mood where I want to look at this certain dragon at this time. How do I play... Oh god, how do I play Insect Glaive again? I'm gonna die. There's an aim button when I have the weapon out, I think. Wow, ball carry 来咯来咯来咯来咯 Yep. Nah. You got another kobold carrying you. Kobold, fuck yeah. No, that's not it. Oh, that's it. What is that? Where's your number one? That's two. Oh, one is tail, three is hind legs? Okay, I remember now. Let me just dance all over your body. Oh, if I dash it, that'll be cool as fuck. Nah, I'm cheating. I don't care. Hey! It's a cold dirt, I know, right? Mizu yip 4 times? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, insect glaive only. When you move around the dragon's body, you can do extra damage. I forgot. It's been so long. Slash you flurry. I know we're gonna get the tail. I just wanted to like get you. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, I should have gone backwards. Ooh. Okay. One is always the hardest to get because one enhances your moveset. Oh no! It's too far. It doesn't help that I dodged the wrong way. We love being a circus. What the heck? Man, insect glaive against spell kinda feels a lot easier. Wrong button, wrong button. Hail. Thank you. Just need to aim for it. Oh my god, brain stinky. Brain stinky. Alright, here we go. I feel like I got this. Although I don't know if the damage I'm doing is nearly enough, but I'll try. I'm feeling hopeful. Hey, let's go. I think this is because I got airborne. I can rise super quick. Oops. Ooh, that was lucky. What am I aiming at? I don't know. Oh my god, that was lucky as hell. Ooh, let's go. Okay, let's try and get the tail. Got him. No, 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 no. I got greedy. I love it. Okay, I see why I main. I can see why I main Insect Glaive now. Because holy hell, this is fun as hell. This is so fun. See? I defy gravity. I am basically cheating. I have updated my Game Shark. Now I can fly. I guess wrong. Not bad, right? The only thing that pushes me away from Monster Hunter is that the HP of the funny dragons is so high and damage is always so low. It's like a slow burn, I feel like. I personally enjoy this dynamic where I have to really struggle to get the funny dragon down. Nice. Kobo fight dragon? I thought Kobo wanted the pet dragon. I wanted the pet dragon. But this is like we are... You know, the dragons allow me to roughhouse a little bit. Yeah, it's a play fight. They realize Kobo wants to have fun, and then they decide to help the Kobo to have fun. Have a little bit of roughhousing. So they gave me like a little stick to play with, and then I can play a little bit. Hey, that was weird. Also, hi Lex. Welcome, welcome. Didn't think do this right. Shit, I was too late. Oh my god, I was on top. Holy shit, that was cool. Got him. Oh boy. Oh, you're not limping yet. Try the stories mod for Iceborne. What does that do? Stories? Oh, wait. The mod that allows me to bring a monster on my own, right? I can try it. Yeah. Oh, I missed it. What? My bug is that strong? Oh my god. There goes the tail. Oh, Dragon limping. Yep, okay. I can try, yeah. Although you did say that it's kinda unstable for multiplayer, right? Like, it cannot handle multiplayer as well? Oh shit. Oh yeah, fuck. There's only 30 minutes, I forgot. No! Okay, 10 minutes, I got this. Not unstable. So it's fine, okay. Oh my god, that was the worst thing ever. I messed up. Bug needs recharge. That hurt. No! Oh, it goes backwards. I thought it goes forward. That's the high leg, I think. Does this work? I'll take it. Not my style, but I don't like doing that. Oh, I broke the wing. Okay. I might not be doing enough damage. I panicked. Hey! I didn't know I'm doing that much damage. Let's go. Yeah, it feels like Insect Glaive against Velkhana is kind of easy mode. Because there's so many attacks where Velkhana just targets the grounded enemy. But because I keep being airborne, Velkhana has not much of an attack that can stop me from being airborne. Cheap! Insect Glaive is cheap! Not unstable, but it will crash the owner of the monster if someone without the mod attacks them. Oh! The dragon even plays that for Kobo? How sweet, I know, right? It's very much alive. Kobo knows this. Kobo knows this, don't worry. They're just playing dead. The carving is like I took one skill and then they go like Of course I'll give them back afterwards, don't worry. Don't mind the thousands of things that I have in my storage box. Those are not real. Those are my hoard. Pretend hoard. It's okay if I can regrow his scales. Oh, good. I'll just pluck one. It's fine. Just don't. Oh wait, I cannot see my materials. Maybe here. Yeah, here. No, not here. Here. I mean, to be concerned. No, just look. Right? It's actually all just rocks, but I name all my rocks. I name all of my shinies and rocks because I love them. Just Kobo behavior, right? You see this Castodon shell, Shamo shard? No, those are just those are just rocks. And some very specific shaped rocks as well. They're cool. Those are my hoard, my collection. My collection of definitely not real scales and shit. Kobo behavior is interesting. Yeah, that's why we are like the mischievous bunch. I still have special assignments? No, I don't. Okay, I think I finished all of them. Oh, Namiya is pretty cool. Tempered Rajang? Tempered Furious Rajang? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, wait, the greatest Jagras, right? Where's the greatest Jagras again? Is it Master Rank? It has to be Master Rank, right? Oh, not Rajang, Jagras. What? Astorian? The greatest Jagras. It's not there. I know about the quest too, but where's it gone? Moss swine, oh my god. Moss swine. Oh, chew the fat? The reward will be worth it. It's a 6-star. It's a 9-star. The greatest Jagras. Yeah, let me try it. A shadow appeared. Oh, I'm supposed to find a shadow. Don't kill too fast. I'll try. Expanded. Every form it drops a face stone. No idea how to play already. Me too, man. I just don't know what I'm doing, and then slowly getting my muscle memory back. No, she bloated, hit belly once. Every vomit drops a face stone. But a face stone doesn't necessarily mean... Okay, Narix, I got you baited though. This is a high rank quest. It will not drop a level 4 gem, no? It's a high rank quest! I can't believe it. I trust you. I trust you. And then maybe I can find a shadow or something. I think I've got level 4 gems on a high rank quest. Oh wait, let me change weapon. Not sure about hard deco. I mean, we can try.
You got jebaited. Why you got jebaited?
Why you got
Godro bongo, godro bongo, godro bongo.
Why do I get jebaited? You got jebaited. You got jebaited. 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 What a mall, my god. Actual 4. Okay, let me practice. Block. No, block. Okay, block. Keek. Okay, there it is. I've been spamming the Frost Flora event, I think. That works too. Poke the belly. Okay. What? I don't recognize that. What the fuck? That's not Yin Garuga. That's like I saw like a monkey. You are actually super big. Keek! Where a keek is 20 damage. Nah, hey, I'm gonna lead you to your food. Come here. Oh, this music is really good too. Oh my god, I miss this music. Oh, this used to be my favorite music as well. Shit. Hey, chill. Come here. No, come here. Food here. Come on, there's food. You like food, no? Yeah, don't come on, don't be shy. Ugh, I guess you don't want to. Keek. Oh, oops, sorry. I didn't think there's an extension after a kick. you can. Hey, this is not high rank. What the fuck? Jesus Christ, I'm on Fatalis armor. This is. Oh hey, look, I have a friend. You trying to hurt my friend? My god, on Fatalist armor, I'm still getting killed. Oh. That's a shadow. Is it? Oh, they're gonna meet. They're gonna become best friends. They're gonna become best friends. Oh boy. Oh wait, they didn't. My god, Pico is shy? I can't believe it. Oh, you're hungry? Yeah, go get food. Yeah. Don't go there though. Pickle is there. Okay. Be careful. Pickle is there. Okay, Pickle ran away. Whoop. 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 sorry. I think I pressed the wrong button. Hey, oh my god, what the fuck is this Jagras? I'm dead. Oh my god. This is not a high rank quest. What the fuck? Oh hey, look, face stone. Oh hey, look, face stone. I'm eating my max potion, you fuck. I love this game. Yeah. Keep vomiting. Yeah. You got this, come on. Get it all out. I know it's not easy, but you're gonna get it all out. It's not good for your body. Hey. Yeah, do that. Yeah. Look at you. How much of an AoE is that move? What the fuck? Alright, I wanna get... How do you... What? Oh, it's not dropping anymore. Give me stuff! Oh, this pickle. Hi. Wait, Pickle, this is not your food? This one might be stronger than you think, Pickle. Don't do it! Don't do it, Pickle! It's very dangerous. That's not your food. That's not the usual food. Yeah, go away. I'm saving you for your own demise. Yeah, go away. Alright, you good? Alright, you good. Alright, bye-bye. You are not good. Okay. Pickle, no! Pickle, no! Pickle, no! That's bad damage. Pickle, no! Pickle, no! Tylra left you? Wait, where's the pickle music? Why is there no pickle music? Pickle, no. I'm saving you. Link of the belly should work too. Okay. No, Pickle, no. You gotta be careful with that. That shit is not your usual food. You can just eat that. That Jagras might eat you back up. I am absolutely saving you for your own demise. Come on. I'm saving you from a demise with a demise. My god. Hobo mentality. Ow. Okay, yeah, ow. Wait, I'm dropping things? Alright, let's go find our friend. I think Pickle knows now. I think Pickle learned what listened to what we said. Alright, let's go find Chakras. Is the circle reality? What circle are you talking about? You want to go get food? Equipment glowing? My Fatalis equipment is not glowing. What do you mean? Yeah. There's food down there, I think. Oh wait, no. You want to eat that tail? You look hungry. You're salivating. Come on. Oh. Okay, guess you don't want to eat the tail. I just need to get her attention, right? Attention? Okay. Yeah, there it is again. Yeah. Keep doing it. What? What's this? Wait, you don't vomit shit out anymore? I mean you do, but I guess that's a limit? Maybe there's a limit. Yeah, maybe there's a limit. Good. Wait a minute. That was weird. I just had the lunch nom-noms, Kobo berry food. Nice. Like this chakras. Look at this chakras also have berry food. Oh god, the music is so good. I miss this theme, I really do. There's some big ass lizard, I know, right? It's so big. Alright, this is gonna hurt a little bit. Hope you don't mind. Can I have the belly content? Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Alright, Pickle. You're just asking for it at this point, you asshole. Pickle! Get him, Jaguars, get him. Yeah. See, Pickle always eats you, now it's your time to fight back. That's right. Hey, no, what are you doing? Don't aim for me. Yeah, we yipping. Yeah, look at that. Fight back, fight back. Yo, oh my god, Jaguar's actually OP. Fight back, come on, you got this. Oh. Jaguars? I missed. Wait, Jaguars, I'm helping you though. 你看好来再打可以吗？你不要无差别扫射，我会哭，我跟你讲。 I love this quest. This is the actual last quest. It's not Fatalis, it's this one. The greatest Jagras. Stop shouting, assheads! Alright, okay. Wait, where did Jagras go? Oh, Jagras went the other way, okay. I guess there's a limit on how many face stones I can get, right? Greatest Jagras is really great. I know. The greatest Jagras is really the greatest of the Jagras. Greatest Jagras. Look at that big ass lizard. Yeah, go get food. I'm not food. Go get food. Look at that. Aptonov is right there. Look here. Look here. Look here. Look here. Yeah, that's your food. That's your food. Not me. Oh God. Are you dead? Actually, before I eat that, can I get some raw meat? Thank you very much. Right, thank you. You know, I gotta eat too sometimes, you know. All these questing, all these fighting. It's tough, man. Hey! You go eat your food! Where'd your food go? Come on, man, you don't want to do this. Jagras tail is not breakable, right? Go! Wow, look at that Keston. Alright, just one more. Hey, walao. Right, just let me eat the food real quick. Meat. The tail is severable? Okay. I actually didn't know that. I'm kinda in the mood to stream Monster Hunter today as well, but I don't know how to do that. Oh, because you're from Xbox, right? Gosh, I have no idea as well. You're probably gonna need like a capture card or something, so they can stream your Xbox screen onto your PC. I'm not your food. I'm hiding. I'm hiding. Okay. Yes, I. All right. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, that's it, asshole. That's it, asshole. Chill, I'm on your side. I'm chasing you down, bitch. No, I have a capture card. I just don't know what to do in the game itself. Oh, fair point. I mean, I assume you already finished the game to its entirety. Like, you fought everything in the game. You could just like, you could just like have a clown fest like I'm doing right now. Make your own story. Or you could like what I did, you know, just revisit those fights, relive those memories. I enjoy doing that. Don't jump. Okay, I'll take it. Told you don't jump. God damn. Okay. Wait. I didn't tackle. You almost killed me and now you're limping? I don't take that shit. Come back here, asshole. Sorry. Oh my god, that was unintended. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You think you can just limp away? Oh. Oh, Grimmakind. Thank you. Alright, asshead. That's what you get. Thank you, keys. Here, have a thanks. Have a thanks cut. Civilian casualties. Sorry, I didn't mean to shoot them. Oops. Alright, let's go find our friend, the greatest Jackrass. I think that pickle is actually kind of tough. Like, all jokes aside, holy shit, it took me a while to kill it. Mind you that this is a high rank quest, by the way. I have full fatality gear, so I think so. Yeah, like you could just you could relieve the fights and stuff. I think that's pretty fun. Hey Jackrass, I want that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Here, have meat on me. You! I'm trying to help you. You might want it. Here. Why am I doing clowns? Why am I clowning so much? Oh wait, is that it? Oh, okay, so I don't think it drops anymore. There's actually a limit to this. Alright, let's play some Monster Hunter. Wait, you sound different. Wait, you sound different though. This is not a high rank quest. Oh my god, this is not a high rank quest. Oh, you done? Oh, wow, that hurt. Eh. Don't resist. Oops, sorry. I was trying to break your head. Break your tail, not head. Yeah, you sound different. See, the thing is, those 1200 hours of me have playing this game, you would think that my accuracy is immaculate. Joke's on you, my accuracy is never here. You think that I can cut everything and then everything will be like super accurate? No. What do you mean? I'm cutting air 75% of the time. Good God, this is not a this is not a high rank quest. Come on, break already. Jeez. Uh-oh. Do your tail break actually? Oh shit. Oh wait, resource center, right? Oh wait, hunter's loads. Large monster field guy Jagarasu. Breakable, breakable, breakable. Aha, Narix. The tail is unseverable! I cannot believe it. The tail is so big but it's unseverable? Yeah, it's not. If I remember correctly, only Great Gyros' tail is severable. Although Garen, I think, yeah. Just Jagras, no. For whatever reason. I'm killing you. The greatest chakras. Excuse me? I'm Hey, walao, I'm not done yet. What kind of oh, what the hell? You were What is this? You were down. You're not supposed to have that state. Yeah, what is this game? Fuck me. I love this game. I really do. Oh. Yes, I found that I have around 4,300 hours in Warframe. Oh god. That's quite a lot. I played Warframe for far too long. I uninstalled it. I tried Warframe for 2 seconds and it's not my thing. Like I personally don't really like it as much. I think Warframe is my highest hour in my profile at 5.6k. This is my highest game. This is like my highest. Like Monster Hunter World is my highest hours that I spent. 1200, and then next to Ark Survival Evolve is 900 something. All right, guys. Let me see if I remember how to do this. Okay, so target, right? So roll back once. Look forward, step forward a little bit, do it. Oh, what? Hey, I'll take it. It's not the head, but it's fine. It's good enough. We're eating. No. Don't eat it. You're not giving the things that I want anymore. I don't have shiny anymore. Sad cobalt noises. Maybe? No? Okay. Oh yeah, he's blind. Oh yeah, she's blind. I forgot. Whoa! Camera! Camera! God, this is such a fun quest. Where's Jagras? Oh my god, where's Jagras? Oh, there it is. Do not touch the kobold. If you touch the kobold, I'll tell Narix to kill you. I'll tell my dragon to destroy you. Hey! No touchy. I saw you. Where'd you go? Where's the surveyor set? Oh, I found it. No. Jagras. Camera be like, yeah, I know, right? And before jump from phase stones, I'm not expecting much from a higher rank quest, to be honest. Oh. Yeah, it's only level 3 the most. There's no level 4. It is a higher rank quest. It's like hard locked behind it. Hey, it's all mine though. Smallest pickle? I got the smallest pickle. Alright, I'll stop here. I'm feeling hungry. Kobold wants food again. Kobold is feeling hungry. I want to listen to the forest theme again. Ancient forest theme, right? Oh look, Roxas is playing Monster Hunter World now. Oh. Alright, give me a second. Ancient forest theme. MHW, not NGW. Any extended? Here. No, not mount theme. I don't want mount theme. With chase theme? Battle theme? Ancient forest ambience? Oh my god. Yeah, this music is so good. This music is when I first played Monster Hunter World. I listened to this like shit. Shit is supposed to go down. I love it. Okay, let me see who's streaming. Hibley, Danzy, Yuffie. Oh, Yuffie is streaming. Oh my god. Yuffie's playing Helldivers 2? Let's rate Yuffie. I know Yuffie is not a kobold or dragon, but a dog is pretty cute too. Let's rate Yuffie. Whoa, Yuffie has been streaming for 8 hours. Oh god. I'm already feeling hungry. Okay, let me just do the plugs real quick. I cannot see anything, I cannot type. There we go. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. And also I have a Discord. I'll be there most of the time. I think that's pretty much it. I'll be a little bit quicker today because I'm feeling very hungry. I actually felt all the fatigue just like rush in, which is kind of bad. So let me just type in Ray. There we go. I type in the rate. So I'm gonna try my best to keep the schedule that I told myself, right? I think the music's a little bit louder. I mean, it's great. Okay. Right, I'm gonna try to keep it the schedule where I would do art first. And like the first half of the stream will basically be art, and then the second half of the stream will be like just me playing games, right? At least start slow. Something like today, what I did, not that short, I guess, because I only do art for like 2.5 hours. Well, if you count me watching Masanto special video as doing art, then yeah, that's 2.5 hours. I'll start slowly, right? So on Thursday, Friday, and Monday, I'll do art, then do games. We'll see. It's subject to change, definitely. Just like I want to have like a little bit more consistency to art instead of just like do art once and then 4 months of not touching it. It's kind of bad, right? It's kind of bad. So yeah, that's my plan these days. I'll try to stick to it. Alright? And yeah, I'm ready to raid now. I'm pretty sure I updated what I need to say. I said what I need to say. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. I also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Alright? And here comes the raid to Yuffie. Yuffie is also such a sweet being, honestly. A lot of beings on Twitch. Raid shinies. I almost forgot. I almost forgot. Raid message. There we go. See, I remember. I know how to do streaming things. And I need to, for the love of God, I need to remember that I need to render my Resident Evil 4 remake videos and also take a picture of Adine's body pillow because I forgot. And now I remember. Let's hope I keep remembering, alright? I'll try my best. I just feel like I keep forgetting stuff after I stream. So I'll try to keep in mind. Or maybe I should write a note someday. Oh, sometimes, right? And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I already do the... Okay, there we go. Alright, I'm gonna press the raid now button because Kobold is hungry. So, see you guys on Thursday. Take care, everyone. Love y'all. Smooches. Bye bye. See you guys on Thursday. Wait, why can't I raid now? What's going on? What? I guess I met. I guess I messed up, but it's fine. Okay.